There we go. So we'll start that. So as we are considering the sources of our information, and again, when you get a little more leisure, go back and study this, and it's starting on page 18, this whole process, and that discussion is hit pretty heavily in there, and that'll start to make more sense as you get more experience doing this. But the whole thing is we're going to need to develop some comfort in using our three-dimensional tools so that we can see what we have. Excuse me, we see what we have to work with and make sure that our models are being built correctly. Because so many people will look at this stuff and they'll hit the button that says make a surface, and it'll come back with a surface. And it may have some massive errors in it, but they'll never know it because they don't look at it. So I'm going to, encourage you to always do that. We're going to spend some time learning how, as part of that process. Okay. So
Right.
let's jump into that. So I'm going to go ahead and load up Carlson. And which one do you want to look at first?
It doesn't matter, whatever.
What's up to you? Whichever.
Let's go to the Beckendorf.
All right. I wish my mouse would sit still long enough. Right, so there's Beckendorf, and let's look at that. Now, while that is
I
loading,
guess
I'm going to also, I guess, we'll use the PDF just to refer to it. I'm going to pop that up in a viewer here on my other side, on my other screen.
yes. I send you the one I cleaned.
Yep. So let's
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it works. That works for you, or you want me to send you the one the engineer sends to us?
No, that's fine. If you clean it up, that should be fine. I'll take a look.
Okay.
Let's see, civil from Francisco Beckendorf. There we go. Oh, let's see. Says it can't be found. What do you mean can't be found? 24.1 megabytes. Beckendorf construction plans. That PDF can't be found. That's not correct. What's going on with that? I wonder. The other one opens just fine, except it doesn't have fonts correctly on the first sheet, and that's fine. Pape Dawson, I've done some work with those guys before. And
Oh, for real?
yeah, I'm in the FM 3013. Yeah, we did some microstation, some Bentley training for them.
Okay.
Along with one of the big companies that. Now, why won't Beckendorf open? Try another program. No, so it says it can't. All right, so we just can't kill that. And let me see if I can get it back from there. All right, so there it is. Here's Waller County. So I'm going to save that and put that in. Beckendorf. Okay. Later. All right, so now there's my Beckendorf plan set. I'll have that up on my other screen. So now, all right, let's take a look at what we got. We'll be back over here. Instead of zoom extents and everything sort of disappeared. I'm gonna open this back up because I don't know where it was. All right, so now that I'm here, instead of zoom extents, here's something that I often find I need to do if maybe there's something somewhere that is causing the file to sort of disappear on me in my extents. I may come to a place like this and I'm going to give a command called view. And just type the word view and I'm going to say, and we'll click the new button and we'll give it a name and I'm just going to call it main. And so then if I do something like this, if I, well, now I lost it, where did it go? I'll just run that view command again. And I see that I have, here's some presets, but those are not going to help me, but there's the one I saved. So as soon as I click it, it's going to come back to that. Okay. Now, is there supposed to be anything outside of those limits?
No, sir. We're just gonna build that boulevard.
Okay. So here's what to do. Now, if you know, like double clicking the wheel on the mouse zooms the extent. So if I do this, watch what happens. If I do a zoom extents, or I could even, type Z, enter, E, enter. It's zoom extents, but everything goes away. Now it's somewhere. I see it. It's up here, right in that little dot,
Yeah.
right. Okay, but I don't know. There's something else that's causing it to zoom all the way out like this. And if I select that, I don't see anything there. Let me see if there's something that gets it in there. See, it's not selecting anything, but there's some kind of data that is causing that to happen. So I'm going to go back to my view and let's see if so I'll choose my view manager and there's that one that I just made. So whatever that is out there, I don't know what it is. Sometimes a command, if you're doing something, it might leave some stray data out there, maybe a block definition or something that you can't find. You don't know what it is. And so if that ever happens, this is a great command to remember about. It's called edit, erase, and you're going to erase outside. You could also do by closed polyline if you have something already drawn. But if you just choose erase outside, it's going to ask you for the diagonal corners of a window. And so pick the first corner of a window to erase outside of. I'm going to make sure I'm going to, say be from there out to there. And now everything outside of that little window has been completely erased. And now if I do a zoom extents, see it pops into there. That's everything there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now.
Yes, sir.
So what we have, so we're starting at station 143 to 180. That's going to be our
Basic baseline.
Yeah, the baseline of our work. Now I'm going to take a real quick peek at this thing in 3 dimensions, and you see what's happening here is that
Yes, sir.
Part of it in here is that, whatever those elevations are, you got this blue thing down here, and there's a little whatever elevation it is, and then this one at some other elevation. So it looks like, and I'm gonna come here and hit this, the cube, get back to my top view, my plan view. So I know that I've got some elevation to build into this. I know that all of that information is not going to work for me. If I select this particular or any given line, let's say maybe even this one and that one. So any of these lines, now all of these lines, you need to have elevation on them. And if you do look at this, for instance, if I select this line out here, now I can tell by looking at it that it is a 2D polyline or just a standard polyline. And I can tell that from the shape of the grip. So I've got these square grips in the vertex points, and I've got these little short dash grips in the midpoints. Okay. And if I select it, if it's a 3D polyline, it would say that up here in my properties. If it is also, when I select it, if I look here and I see it's a polyline, and I look down here at the elevation, there's a number in there. Okay. And usually it's which tells me it needs to have some elevation. Now there was a couple of things over here like this one. If I select that one, you see it is a 3D polyline, and it has possibly different elevations from vertex to vertex. They could be the same. If they're the same, it shouldn't show up as 3D. But let's see, if I sit here in vertex 1, which is over here, and I step through that. So watch the vertex Z field down here as I step through these. So 164 and a quarter to 164 to 6570 to 6495. Now that probably happened if you drew this line based on some points. Because it will read those point elevations and create where they're going. So you see that little white thing right there?
Yeah.
That's a point, but now that's an auto or an IntelliCAD point. That's not a Carlson point. That could become a Carlson point, but it's just a point unless you've got, other points somewhere else. Now, if I turn all my layers on, I don't know what is this, like the guardrail or something? No.
Yeah, it's for the road.
Yeah, that's
The one they put them on the pavement. Those little white things, so you can see them on the night.
oh, the reflectors. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, the reflectors. Yeah.
I got you. Okay, so now it's we wouldn't necessarily need to even include those as part of our modeling. That's more just part of the description or what the thing looks like. Now I've got something here that is it says its name is button. Now, did you notice how that went from looking like a stop sign to turning into a circle? Well,
Yeah.
that's part of the way AutoCAD or IntelliCAD works, is that it uses those little line segments to approximate a circle. And as you get closer and closer, at some point it's going to regenerate and it will recreate it as a circle. So when you go way out like this, it doesn't need that many segments to look like a circle. But as you zoom in tighter and tighter, it's going to look, rougher and rougher until you regenerate that. So there's a command called regenerate, just regen or regen all, which is, could be REA is a shortcut for it, regen all. So if you ever get some kind of things that are circles, like see right there, now that is possibly, and if I type REA, you see how it changes up into a circle instead of those
Yeah.
segments. All right, so that's something to keep in mind. And that's just
What was that command? EA?
command is REA. A. It stands for regen all. And there's another command. Let's say you find yourself doing that a whole lot all the time and you'd like to change something. Every drawing, and this can be different from every drawing. It depends on who made it first and what it was set to. There is a variable called a system variable that controls that as well, and it's called view, VIEWRES, view res or view resolution. And if you type that and hit enter, it's going to ask you a couple of questions. Do you want fast zooms? Yes, I do. All right, now it says enter the curve display quality, and it can be a number between 1 and 20,000. By default, it's right now setting at 100. Now, the reason they had this variable back in the early days of AutoCAD was because what it's doing is it's holding in memory what's called a display list. And in those days, memory for computers was really, really expensive and nobody had very much of it. And so they had to conserve as much of that as possible. So they wanted to keep those numbers really small. Well, now memory is cheap as it can be, and we've got it coming out our ears. So there's no reason that we need to keep it so low. So if you change that number from 100, put it all the way up to 20,000. Go ahead and do that and hit enter. And now it's set to that. And when you save the drawing, it will store that with that drawing. So now when you zoom in and out of those places, you won't see that happen. See now, see how nice and round that looks. And if we go, you know, even way out to, I don't know if you've got any circular things out here. But that way, you know, you won't, let's see, zoom back into, where was it? Right in here. See, it still looks like an arc instead of square edges. All right. I had one poor kid in a class down in Florida years ago that he kept wondering why, because, you know, he was a young engineer at a company and they were designing subdivision roads, and they had these center lines, and this one center line, you know, followed this nice, graceful, large radius curve, and this other side road came into it. And so he was trying to intersect the center lines. And so he would extend this center line of this side road up to hit this center line of this main road, and it would work for him, that'd be fine. But then if he was zoomed in tight to it like this, it looked like the center line of the side road was sticking out past that line a little bit, because he was looking at the squared off segment of that arc instead of the true arc. So mathematically, everything was still connected at that single point. It's just that that display kept messing him up, and he didn't know what was going on with that. So he's an aficionado of that command to regenerate, that regen all, and the view res system variable. Okay, so now again, we've got this thing is one, let's see, there's 195, 96. Probably should be 197, I'm guessing. And then it starts down here at 100. And you're interested in it from, say, right in along this portion. Okay, now, so and if I look at this whole thing, oh wow, I've got all kinds of stuff down here. Oh, I see. Yeah, see, I reopened the file. Well, let me see, did I? We still have main, main. Okay. So I've got some things here in this file. So if I edit, erase outside, I want to, now if I zoom, there we go. Okay. If I zoom down here, I'm going to see, yeah, I've got some stuff down here. That maybe now, Francisco, is this a file that you all put together, or is this from the engineers?
No, that's for the engineers, that's for the subdivision,
Uh-huh.
and so we're just gonna do the boulevard, so that's why I tried to,
Yeah.
take out all the extra information that I got there.
Oh, okay. So you had other information already, but you
Yeah,
put,
but it's not for us. They send me the complete the CAD file.
yeah. Oh, then that's fine. So yeah, you could even, select these things and get rid of all of that if you wanted, right? And what do we have here? If we've got that, then we don't necessarily even need any of that other. Doesn't hurt to have those there, but let's see now, if we go back to, we still got this issue where everything looks to be at zero elevation except for this and this. So those are at some elevation. We don't know exactly what it is. And we've got all this extra stuff down below. Now,
Sir, can you give me a second? Cause
yeah,
on the other computers, cause I have to, like I said earlier, I have two. I want to open my Carlson, and then the other one I want to see the video call. But
yeah.
I guess they just put me the guest Wi-Fi, and that's why it'll work, because on my computer I have the office Wi-Fi. So
Oh, I
just let
got
me
it.
go to the front desk and to see if they can change that
Yeah, let's do
network.
that. In fact, it's time for a mid-session break. We'll come back at a quarter till. Okay,
Okay,
and then
all
we'll
right,
take
sir.
it from there. And what we might want to do too is I might need to look at the full original file that the client sent you on this.
Okay,
I know you asked me about that earlier, but we'll handle that when you come back. I want to take a look and see. We might be able to get some more stuff from that. All right. But I'll see you back
all
here in
right,
a
sir.
still. All right.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
So let me see. I'm gonna name this. Okay, are you back with me? I see that you're muted, but okay, there we go. All right, I see that you're back.
Yes, sir.
Um, all right, so I am putting that original file right there. Yeah, base Beckendorf. All right. So a couple of things that I was going to take a look at when that comes up. Did you get everything taken care of that you needed, by the way?
Uh,
network stuff figured out?
Yes, sir. But I think it's the problem is the computer. It don't want to. It just go and then get freeze. I don't know why. But all right, yeah, I'm ready.
All righty. So I'm gonna now, I'm gonna open up the one where you sent me. Um, and this is the one that the engineer sent you.
Yes, sir.
And it's, you've not done any edits to this one, is that
No,
correct?
nothing.
Okay. So I'm going to, first of all, view thaw on all layers. So I'm going to turn everything on. And then I'm going to do a zoom extents, and I see that there's something like way down here. Something. Nope, sorry, that was a piece of lint on my screen. So whatever this is, that is, looks like I've got 8 things. There's 7 external reference files and a line. So if I just zoom down there and see what we might have. So all right, so these are the names of some external reference files that they did not include, or that I don't have here. And I don't know that we need them, but I'll take a look at them and see. But I also have a line down here that is obviously a stray line. I don't need that. So these external reference files, if I look at my external reference dialog box, let's see what is supposed to be here. So you should, they should have sent you also. There's a file called Beckendorf. There's a file called Beckendorf Topo. That might have your surface stuff in it without you having to do anything at all. So I don't know. Let's see, here's some mass grading. Here's another base file, Sunterra, water base, water and design Beckendorf. Now, did they send you all, see, all of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, however many there are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 files there are not included, and they have them, you know, done. Excuse me, they have them as part of their design package. Okay. Now, they may have sent those to you. You may have those, in which case I don't have them. That's where I can't see them. But a lot of times you'll get an engineer, they'll give you the drawing file. So they'll give you this file, but they don't give you any of this external reference information that you might need. You know, because that one that says, you know, the Beckendorf topo, that might be something that would be helpful for you. All right, so now right here's all of this. I'm gonna just make that view. I'll make a new one called main. What's that main? All right, now I can get back to it if I need. So this is the road you're going to build, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so now look, here's what we've got going on. I've got, you know, that's probably supposed to connect over to here. He knows what it is. I see this. These are all, looks like drawn contours. And they do have elevations, I see, but they're 2D, so those are probably contours. Let's see what, that's on a layer called CONT. So looks like we've got some contours. I don't know for sure that we're going to use them or need them. We'll take a look. Here's again, now that when I select that, that is, you see this thing says AECC DB Surface 10.
Yes, sir.
You're in excellent luck because you've got the entire surface that they created as an object that you can extract into your Carlson stuff. And I'll show you how we do that in just a second. There's a couple of things I'm going to change so that we can view things a little more correctly. I'm going to, let's see, about what scale would this drawing normally be? Like a 20 scale or a 50 scale? Let's make it. So I'm going to come up here and do my drawing setup. And instead of 100 scale, I'm going to make it 20 scale, let's say. And I'm going to also come over here in this LT scale field. I'm going to change that to 1. And that's based on some AutoCAD line style stuff. And I'm going to be in my Texas South Central, assuming that I am at state plane coordinates. I'll go ahead and say okay to that, and we'll see. We'll see here. Looks like we are. I'm looking at these coordinates down here at the bottom. It looks, those look like state plane coordinates. Or like state plane coordinate values. I'm going to also select all of these contours for a minute. So I selected one, I right click and chose select similar. And I'm going to now say line type generation is yes. So those are all in good shape. So they will be scaled correctly when I'm looking at them. I'm probably not even going to use those. I really don't think they're going to be helpful to help me define the surface because they already have the surface included in the drawing. So now,
I have a question.
Yep.
When we have a surface on the, well, like right here in this case, the engineers, they send us the CAD with the surface. Can we use that surface or we have to double check?
No. You're going to use it, but for Carlson to be able to use it, you've got to extract it from this drawing, and I'm going to show you.
Okay.
Just a second, though. Right. So now I've got my contours are a little bit better. All right. So that's all of that information. Now let's see what we might have. If I spin this thing up in 3D. All right, so now do you see this? You see this bunch of triangles right there?
Yes, sir.
That is that surface. Okay. And in fact, if you and that only shows up, this is a civil 3D file. They did it to create that. Now, if I look at this, it only shows up when you go into a 3D view. And so I'm going to come up here and change it from wireframe to realistic. And you're going to watch this thing change here in a sec. There we go. So there now you can see, you know, there we go. Let me zoom out a little bit here and there. So there you can see the actual surface that they built, and it looks like they've got nice, you know, curbs are defined. However, one thing I do see about the curbs, and if this were me, I would be doing something a little bit different. You see how that curve only has like 3 segments around it? This one,
Yes, sir.
3. That's not enough to build that accurately. And that's not a case of me being able to regen and turn it on. That's a case of when they modeled this, they had their curve resolution set so coarsely that um, it doesn't generate the model correctly. That really needs to be set a little tighter. Okay, but you know, here's the trade-off when you do that. If you have enough points around here to where those little segments are going to follow the shape of the original curve, you're going to have all of these extra little triangles, because every endpoint of those little segments is going to be the end of a triangle. So instead of 1, 2, 3 triangles, you're going to have, maybe 300 triangles around there. So in that sense, they're keeping things, small so you can work with them. But, there's also a matter of, we need to, equipment is such nowadays that, we don't have to make this so crude. We can actually make those a lot closer to the circles. But this is what you need to be doing. You need to be, figuring out when these things have information, and we're going to look at that information to make sure that everything is okay. Now, I look at, I would be concerned about those arcs a little bit. They aren't, because it will, when they drew their contours, that was good enough to draw a contour, and they just did that and went on. But I would look at something like this right here, for instance. I would make sure that, is that a feature? Is that correct? Does it come in here and then it jumps out and comes out? And it might be, I don't know. Maybe there's something that's supposed to be. Same thing right here. You see how this wedge comes down into the space, and this one doesn't, but this one does. So, you got to look at those and evaluate whether these things are correct or not. And there's a bunch of little contours that are generated there, which may be okay, but you can see if you try to build this surface out of these contours, you're not going to get this same surface. But yeah, you see all of these little chop, 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 chop looking things. I'm going to guess those aren't really correct. I'm going to change this back to my wireframe view, and I'm going to look underneath that bank and see if I can see. See if I can see if there's anything there. Now I look at that. I'm going to zoom in and say I don't see anything down there. I see this, and they're calling it future baseline or break line. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But let me I may have just lost that view here. Once it comes up, it may zoom me out to extents. Okay. Let me back to the previous here. Now let me do a yeah, so I'm I'm looking at some edges here, like this is on an edge again, also called future break line. All right, so that see, that edge is probably supposed to connect to this edge. I don't know, maybe not, maybe it doesn't, but I'm not 100%. Now here's an example. You can see these lines that they're putting in here, they're on a layer called future BL. I'm just guessing that means future break line. I don't know. I don't know their intent. But you know, I see these, the shape of these triangles. You see, they come along this line right up here and around this curve, and it's not a very smooth curve. This line, though, if that was the original intent, then these triangles here don't match it, right? But here's the thing. Now we're not going to be building this subdivision, so we wouldn't really be all that concerned with that. But you know, sometimes you are. Now here's a case where you see these triangles, there's a lot more of them than just three. So they're following you know, the edges around those curves a lot tighter. So it looks like, you know, those were modeled a lot more correctly than these back in here. All right, so that's just some of the evaluation that you need to do and look at. You're going to look at things like, let's go ahead and put our shading back on, and I'm going to look at that. It looks like a ditch. Like a roadside ditch or something, or not, maybe not a ditch, maybe a barrier of some kind. So, you know, I would look at all of those things and make sure that they are the way I expect them to be. Now, here's a case where in, you know, again, those curves are not very smooth around that, but it's, you know, it's a pond. So do I really care much? Am I going to be able to fix that in the field without much problem? But you see these areas in here are sort of choppy looking. Well, if you just take that surface and put it straight on your equipment and you go out there to build that, it's going to try to build those choppy looking edges. Now, hopefully, you know, you got some smart guys driving those dozers and they're going to know that, and they're going to see that, and they're going to dress it up and fix it better. But, you know, those are just some of the things you got to take a look at, because like I said, just because the engineers did it and they give you the file and all the data, see this contour line, these contour lines look fine. And they look at that and they go, oh yeah, that's great. Here's your file. But, you know, the surface may have all of this chop in it that they're not seeing when they give you that information. Right. So, but again, we're going to come back up to, we're going to be focused up in here. Now, I don't see any of these contours. This solid looking stuff, these are the triangles that are drawn. That's that surface that is included in this file. Okay. Now that surface, see, it doesn't go up in here where our road is. So even though we have that surface, it may not be of any use for us because it's only where you see this solid stuff. All right, but here is the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to get our file in from our engineers, where they're going to go. I'm gonna get it back to that back to our main view here. All right, so I'm now in my top down. So we're going to take our main file. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my view menu and I'm going to /on all layers, or I'm going to pull that from my layer toolbar, which is right here. So I want to make sure everything's on, that I can see it. And I'm going to do this a little bit of evaluation, just like you saw me do there as part of that, you know, looking at that surface. Okay. Now you notice down in here, and I've also got this view res condition And now that's gonna, once that regenerates, you'll see these stop sign looking circles turn into circles. But that's not going to affect those triangles. These are still, the triangles, which they don't show up right now because we're not spun up in 3D. Once you do that, that object becomes visible because of the way Civil 3D works, and that's sort of it's what they call an extended entity. So we don't have, I don't think, anything from that area, but what we're going to do is we're going to look at this file, and the first thing I would do, even before I stumbled across that discovery, is I would go to your file menu and choose drawing cleanup. Okay. And I would choose the defaults button so that this thing gets turned on to do a couple of things that might clear some things up. But you notice the checkbox here that says convert Civil 3D LDD AEC contours. That's Civil 3D or land development desktop. Now that's old technology there, but and that's going to bring any of those specific objects and points into something that Carlson can use. I might look at those, but actually I want to save that for just a second. I'm going to uncheck this Civil 3D part. Okay, so I'll hit my defaults. I'll uncheck the Civil 3D parts. But what I really want to take a look at right now is the elevation issues with this file, if there are any. And I'm going to check down here where it says set elevation outside a particular range to 0. And I'm going to come over here and choose this button. So right now it's set to whatever the last values were, like -1,000 to positive 20,000. But I'm going to say scan the drawing. And when I scan the drawing, it's going to look at everything in the drawing, and it's going to come back and report to me the minimum and maximum elevation things that it finds. And so it's scanning right now, 46%, 48%, 51. I see a little progress bar at the bottom. It doesn't normally take this long, but it's a pretty big file. And so we're just going to use it, get out of it what we need, and then work on a smaller file. So 6 MCS. So now it looked and it says, aha, you see here, there is something drawn at some -600 foot elevation, and it goes up to 655. Well, if I remember living in Houston, I don't think we even had anything at 655, but I don't know, what is that average elevation of that site out there on the ground? Do you know? Are there elevations of 600 feet out that way, where this site is? You're muted if you're talking. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's around 130 to 150, to be honest.
Okay.
Let me just double check. Got some elevation here.
So anyway, what's going on with that is that it's probably, there's something that some CAD guy at this engineering company drew something while it was sitting at the wrong elevation, okay, in the CAD system, and it didn't need to be. So what this switch does for us, because if we don't do this check and we tell it to go and build a surface for us out of the data we find, it'll use that information and it'll throw those elevations into that surface. And if it's 600 and some feet deep hole in the ground versus, some other parts that are 650 feet high, but if I know that I'm around 100 and some feet, well, I'm going, so now that I see what's in the file, I'm going to now edit these values, and I'm going to say anything that is, let's say, outside of the range of, let's just say, oh, hang on. Anything outside the range of, well, let's just say from 0. So I'll type, 0, don't need the negative. So 0 to, let's say, 250 feet, right? Anything outside those ranges, don't erase the information, just change its elevation to 0 so that it's not going to be a problem for me. And then I'm going to say, okay, and let it cook. And so it's joining up, lines that might be broken apart, and it's looking at all the information that it has. All right, so it's doing a bit of cleanup. Rename layer BD Beckendorf ST number 1 B1 to ST V1. Yep, okay. It's removing arcs from polylines, which wouldn't have been a problem, but it's all right. Now it's going, looking at each of the polylines, and it's reducing the number of vertices if it can and still keep them looking correct. So that's going to save a bunch of stuff in the file.
That's happened because you fixed the elevation range.
No, this is one of those other check boxes that said reduce the number of vertices in the polylines.
Oh, okay.
And it looks at those and it says, okay, well, you took 10,000 vertex points to make this line look like this, but if I got rid of 650 of those, it would still look the same. So it goes through some mathematical gyrations to figure that out. So it looks like it saved like what, 2.4 million vertices. So it's going to be a much smaller file and a much quicker reacting file after we go through all of this cleanup. See, this is the problem with that you have with a lot of engineering companies that do this work. They do this, they generate their construction drawing sets and they get it out, and it looks nice. It's a nice set of drawings. But the people that are doing the work in these companies don't really necessarily know exactly what they're doing or the best way to do it. And they just keep buying bigger and faster computers, and they just work with this tons and tons of unnecessary data. And even at that, like we looked at those surface triangles, and the circles were set way too coarsely. They needed to have had that changed to a different value, but they probably don't know where to go and make that change. And nobody knows. The people that are checking the files that they're working on, they don't know where or how to do that. And so, all of this stuff gets passed around, and it comes to somebody like you, then you're the ones left holding the bag because you got to now fix a broken surface or figure out, what you're going to do with it out in the field. And a lot of times it's things that you can just take in stride and you don't have any problem with. But sometimes it's things that, you don't know, because it could be that way on purpose, or it could be that way because they didn't do it right. So a big part of your job when you get these files is to look at it and try to, see where and how it makes good sense. Now, see, it's right now removing duplicate line work. So this is line work that might be lined up on the same or on different layers, but they're exactly the same line. So it's examining that. So it's really going to take a good hard scrubbing of this data. And I didn't know it was going to be quite so heavy. But
Probably that's why I have to, send you a link on the Dropbox because
yeah.
it was too heavy, too big.
Mhm. But I mean, but that's typical. Excuse me, that's becoming typical with those kind of files. And it's entirely due to not knowing the best approach on things and to doing things too too much like, because Civil 3D is hard to use. And when these companies, they get, they decide they have to have Civil 3D because everybody else has it. And so they're using Civil 3D and they're going about their work, and they just have pressure upon pressure upon pressure to have these people, crank this work out the door. And so if it goes out, if they can make a set of drawings, staple them together and into a drawing set and get paid for it, then that's what they do. And they walk away after that point. And it's, um, it's a bit of a disservice, in my opinion. Now, I'm not trying to beat up on the engineers. I am an engineer, but um, the reality of it is that, I deal with this workflow from the surveyors who are out first gathering the information about the existing ground. And then it goes through the design process where they create something that has to interface with that existing ground. And then it goes to the contractors that have to build it. And so I see that product from, the start through the end. And unfortunately, you guys on the contractor side being the recipient of all of that stuff that's happened along the way. And so you inherit that, including the problems. And, it's just like I said, I'm not trying to beat up on the engineers, but it's just, I see this constantly from engineering company after engineering company after engineering company. They just don't fully understand how to use the tools that they have. They got all this pressure to generate this set of drawings and files, and out the door it goes. And it's a bit of a problem. But if you, as the contractor, can take that information, look at what they give you, and evaluate what you can use and what you're going to have to reconstruct, or pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, fix this problem for me, or answer this question for me so I know how to fix it. I don't mean to get adversarial with them necessarily. So, but you got to know what you can use and what you can't use. So, wow. %, 81, hopefully we'll be done with it here in a quick little bit. And we'll keep inching toward the finish line here. Now, Francisco, you can imagine that if you had the project to actually go out there and do the site prep for the subdivision, how much effort that you could save, if you're able to use that surface that they have included in this file. All you got to do is extract it out of here and then put it on your equipment and go out and build it. And so that's going to save a huge amount of time and effort. And yet still you're going to get paid for, grading, doing the site prep for a subdivision. So hopefully that makes it more profitable. But again, if the only thing you are going to be doing is the road up there above this subdivision, then, all of that stuff may be irrelevant for our uses, but we're going to take a look at it and see for right now.
A question, well, I have a question. Like I said, when we have those surface, we can use those, right? Because the
Yeah.
engineers, they put them on the file.
Yeah, as long as they're included in there, and sometimes you'll have a
Build my own surface.
yeah, and sometimes you'll have that surface, or sometimes they'll have just triangles drawn on a particular layer that might be a frozen layer. And so maybe it's not something where the surface as an object is included, but they've got the data that you can use to recreate that surface. So any number of things might happen for that. But in this particular case, because it is a Civil 3D file that includes the surface, we would be able to use that. However, when I was looking at that, it looked like that surface was limited to this, the subdivision area, and up there where the road is, didn't look like it was part of that surface. So we're going to take a look at that here in a minute. All right, so now it went through and read all of that stuff, and you look right here. There's the biggest savings right there, is it pulled all of those extra vertices out of those contour lines. So that's probably pretty good. It right here, it found 101 things outside of that range of 0 to 250. And so it just set them to 0. It doesn't tell you which ones that it did that to, but it found some, so it set those back so that they don't cause a problem when we go to build the surface. All right, so that's a little bit of that. The file's cleaned up. We're going to do a save as, and that was their base. I'm going to call this my working 2 base, because the other one I've started was the one that you sent me earlier, and I called it working. So now I've got working 2 base, and if I look at that, here I've got the first one was 45.5 megabytes, and that got
Oh, okay, yeah, they reduced like a
Yeah.
14,000.
Yep. So that's going to make it a little nicer to work with. And what I usually like to do too is, because the undo buffer, it stays with as long as that file's open. Now that I've saved that, I'm going to close it and I'm going to reopen it, just so that I can reset that so I'm not holding up all that memory. All right, so now there it is, and that should be a bit more responsive for us. Well, let's see what we've got in this file now, that we've we worked in. I can immediately go and get rid of all this external stuff that I don't need. I might even, so I do a zoom extents, and I think the only thing that's down there are just the names of those external reference files. So I'm not going to delete those necessarily. Because you may have them, you may have those other files, in which case it could be something that you could be able to use. And one of them that I would be interested in seeing if they sent you, I'm going to look at this external references, and there was one that was called the Beckendorf topo. And that might be an existing ground file. Now, what is the name of this road that you're working on? Is that the Sunterra collector, or is that something else?
Oh, the name of that road is the Beckendorf Road.
Okay, so that's so these files may or may not be of any use for us. But they may have sent them to you, or they may have not. They may have just sent you this main file and said, good luck. In which case you don't know that you're missing stuff necessarily. All right, so let's see what we have with that Civil 3D data. So now that I've done my cleanup, I'm going to go to my file menu, and I'm going to choose import, and I'm going to use Civil 3D, and I'm going to say all Civil 3D objects. So surfaces, points, parcels, alignments, profiles, pipe networks, anything that's there from Civil 3D, it's going to pull out and let me look at it. So the first thing it's going to do, because I haven't associated a coordinate file yet, it's asking me for a coordinate file to use. So I'm going to choose the new button, and let's just call this coordinate file Beckendorf, just to keep our file names from getting too unwieldy. And so now it's brought a lot of stuff across. I can see it's happening there. It identified some things. So now it says, hey, I found an alignment called Beckendorf Road. Do you want to create a Carlson centerline file? Well, yes, I do. And so it asked me where I'm going to put it. Here I am in Beckendorf. That's perfect. I'll save it there. And it's going to go and say, hey, I found a surface called NG phase 2 4 parentheses 1. Do you want to create a Carlson surface? Now, I don't know what that is. You may know phase 2-4 might be something down here, and you might not need it, but let's go ahead and get it and see what it looks like. All right, so we got a couple of things. I'm going to go to my view menu, my 3D view, and I'm going to go straight to my surface file viewer. And there's the only surface file that it found, and that it found in the drawing. So I'm going to load this viewer up, and I'm going to maximize it. And I can see, these are the contours that it would generate. And I see that's the extent of that surface. I can tell if I go to add some entities, and if I want to add, those up there where those drawing, see, that's where that road would be. Down here's where this surface is. So that surface doesn't really help me at all. That was done for a different purpose. So they never included surface information for this road. So we're going to have to reconstruct it based on other information. So that's good information to know. We got the surface, but we can't really use it. Okay, because it's not underneath where we're working.
Yeah.
And let's see what we have for the center line. So if I draw my center line file, I'm going to put it on this layer just so I know where to find it. I'm put my initials in front of it. And I'll go ahead and label the center line. And we'll say, okay. And I'll choose that's the only one they found. Now it goes from station 100 plus 0 to 196 plus 81. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that. And it did that. So now I'm going to go to that layer just so I can see it better here. I'm going to find anything starting with KAC. There it is. I'll make it red. And I'm going to give it a heavier line weight. And I'm going to come down here at the bottom and double click my show line weight button. If I can get it to turn on. Apparently it took a while. All right, so there it is. So there's the alignment. So we have the alignment. That part's great. We can use that. We don't have to reconstruct that. So we have that alignment ready-made for us, and it starts at 100. It looks like you had already done something there. And it goes all the way out here to 196 plus 81.40. So that's why you had the 196 out there. You just didn't have that finished. So this is the actual station value. All right, so you had that part done correctly. And it looks like, let me see if I go to, because I've drawn that, I'm going to just double click that line and it's going to put me in that editor. So here's my first line, 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 and line. So they don't have any horizontal curves in there whatsoever. They've got a line here at the first that is 2,650 feet, 2,651 feet, 4129, then 1,009. Then they got this 100-foot section, and then 1786.55. So now you can also look at these tangent values. These three sections here, here, and here have the same tangent out values, so they're at the same bearing. But this line and this line are not on the same bearing. In fact, if I double click that, I see that it is northeast 880140. My next one is northeast 87480630. And it has this very tiny deflection angle. All right. Now
It's not a straight line.
yeah, it's not a straight line. These are individual pieces. Now, these three pieces are straight. Now, proper road design would be when these, when this line here and this line, if they're not on the same bearing, there should be a vertical curve, or not a vertical curve. There should be a curve in between those two. All right, but it's such a slight shift, they didn't bother to put the curve in, and that's okay. Sometimes that happens. But this line and this line and this line all being on that same 87480630 bearing, you see that deflection of 0. Same thing here, it's got a deflection of 0. So that means it's on the same alignment as this, this, and this. There's no need to have those as three separate pieces. You could simply, combine those three together. Now, it doesn't hurt it. It's all put together in a single center line, so it's okay. But now that we know, and we see that this last piece is, 0.17 or 17 minutes, 23 seconds deflection from the previous, which was 8806 something 30, and it's 8805. So it has to deflect 17 minutes, whatever our previous number was, that's that difference. So that goes from, let's see, station. All right, it starts at 178.94 or 95. That's that last piece. So 178.95. Now I'm going to exit the editor and I'm going to find that 178. So right in there, right there, that's that last segment of that alignment. It goes from that piece out to there. So they've got one piece that goes from here to here, and that's on the same alignment as it goes from here all the way down to here, and that's on the same alignment from here all the way down to here, and then it's on this last little piece. So these parts I don't really care about. I don't, I'm not going to be using them at all. I'm going to be concerned about, wherever this station starts. Right in there. That's the part I'm going to build. Now, I see do you guys also do these, the drainage, the pipes?
No, sir, we're just gonna do the payment. The
Okay.
stabilization and the payment.
Yep. Okay. So if you did, however, you could, use this information to help you do that. But if you don't need it, you can either, just freeze those layers, or you could even erase them. I think what I'm going to do is just freeze it. So I'm going to go up to my view menu and choose freeze layer by pick, and I'll turn that off. And looks like this is the electric line. You don't need that probably. And there's a sign. It's not going to hurt anything. Leave that on. I'm going to turn off these manholes and such. So I'm not going to do any of that stuff on there. So I'm just going to freeze those layers, get them out of the way. Okay, so we're closing in. We got a good alignment. We'll continue to use that, but we need to find out, like, where is this is going to be the limits of your work, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we want to find the station of where that ends. So that's going to be where we're going to, do our work along those stations. So, and we'll figure out that station and, write those numbers down so we know where we're going to go from. Although I can tell when I choose that, when I choose that alignment, see, it goes from there. So this part of it goes from way back here all the way up to here. And then it goes from here all the way up to here. And that's, again, the end of our work here, or do you go all the way up to this green line?
Just to the white line ends.
Right here.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay.
There where we're gonna stop.
Okay. So those are going to be the stations of our interest, but we don't have a natural break point in there that we need. So we're going to need to figure out what those stations are. So the first thing is sort of an obvious kind of thing. Let me, if you were going to figure out where this line crosses this red line, what would you normally do?
Well, I go to the center line.
Uh-huh.
And then okay, let me so I went to center line, and then I grab the level station offset, and I
Okay.
just press that alignment, and then they give me those
Yes. Yeah, so you could,
that's how we do that's how I do.
so, so if you didn't have, that tool, you could do something like, tell me the distance. I'm just gonna do a standard distance. And I'm gonna go from the intersection of this, which was what, 143.0. And I'm gonna go to the intersection of this. And it tells me that distance is 76.25, and I would add that to 143 plus 0 and write that down somewhere. But you have the tool, and that's what I wanted to find out, is if you're using those tools correctly. So you would go to centerline menu, and you would say, label a station and offset,
Yeah.
and you would load up. Well, here now we can use a centerline file. You could have chosen the polyline.
Yeah,
And
I always use the polyline.
yeah,
Yeah, I never create the center line file.
right, but we need to, because we're gonna need to get the vertical information and the cross sections.
Okay.
Okay, so when we do that, and we pulled the centerline file out of what they sent us, so we're in good shape there. So I'm gonna set and choose that file. So there's our centerline that we have. And so I'm going to go ahead and also choose the offset. And I'm going to say space L and space R for a suffix. And that should be okay there. Bring that, so the station is going to say stay space suffix, its own row one. I'll put a comma space. All right, so that's just, I'm just formatting the way it's going to report. Now, the vertical reference right now is going to be none. I don't have a profile for that yet. We're going to create one. I don't have a second alignment, so I'm not going to reference it to another to where it gives me station equations or, where it's going to be. So let's see, we're going to do label alignment horizontal, no brackets, above and below the leader. All right, so we'll say, okay. And so now as I move this around, it's reporting, what those are going to be. So the point that I want is going to be, I hold the shift and right click the mouse so I can get the intersection snap of that line right there. So I click that and it labels that for me. Okay. I'm going to now go, and if I need any others, I can get those either now or later. So if I go up to our end, now I don't have a line drawn across, but you see how it's tracking the station anyway. I can just go to
Yeah.
the end and it will tell me what that is. And now I'm done. I'll just hit enter to finish. So yeah, it looks like my formatting was supposed to draw a square around it. That's just format. That's not going to hurt anything. So that particular white stripe, which doesn't really matter, but I can use that to check the offset 10.41 feet left. So that part's okay, but I know my station values now. And those are the ones that I'm going to use to model this into a corridor. Okay, so now if we look at this, these drawings, To be able to build that road the way they have it designed, I need to look at their profile and their typical section. So if I look at this and I see, what do I have? We got some typical sections. We'll look at sheet 10. But I also want to look at, here's my profile, Beckendorf Road plan and profile. And the stations that I'm looking at is, what did we say? I'm between, I'm going to write that down so I don't have to keep looking at this. 143 plus 76.25 to, here we were at 178 plus 79.87. All right, there's their stations that we're interested in. So now I'm going to come back here and I see that I need to look at one, oops. Let's try this again.
And this is a page 11. It's where they start.
Yeah, there's your 143 and that goes to 151. So 11 needs to go all the way up to 15. So we'll start with 11 and go to 15. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 right in here. All right, so starting. There we go. Starting here on that, let's see what we can find out about our profile. So we've got this PI at 143.89.90, and that's our VPI is at 143 plus 89.90. And they're calling that the top of curb. I've got another PI right now. Wait a minute, are we looking at? Is this profile, that's the road?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, so and see right here, this, it goes up here and it has a PI and then it comes back down. So they're not even putting any vertical curves in there because it's so flat. We're coming in at 0.7%. We're going out at 0.78%. So when they're saying TC, oh, that's not top of curve, it's tangent to curve. So that's what they're, so they do really have vertical curves. Is that right? Or maybe it is top of curve.
It's a top of curve, sir.
It is top of curve. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So they're not putting any curves, any vertical curves in their alignment.
No, sir. It goes straight.
Yeah, because it's such a slight one. And I think here in Pennsylvania, the rule of thumb they use is if this number, the incoming grade and the outgoing grade, if you're within 3%, they don't bother with a vertical curve. And you can see 0.08%, that's so close to being flat. And you can see there's a, what is this? This is 5 feet. So that's an inch is 2.5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 25. Yeah, see, it's a 10 times vertical exaggeration. So that's, if you take that 10 time vertical stretch out of there, it's basically as flat as a pancake. But we will hit these particular points at those particular elevations, so that we know what how to build this in as a profile. So we're going to look at our first PS 89.90, and yet you are going to be at oh, that's actually the county line even, huh? Okay. So you're going to be starting that 89.90. We're actually going to be starting at 76.25. And then at this station, we're gonna put in an elevation. All right, so, and they're referencing the elevations along that roadway to that top of curb line, not to the center line itself. These elevations are all top of curb, right?
Yes, sir. It's from the low point, from the south of the project. This is that elevations for, yeah,
Yeah.
that right there.
Yeah.
So you have to give the 2% to the north, so you can do the high point,
Yeah, so you can get the crown of the road, the
the
center.
crown of the road. Yes, sir.
And so that's gonna be based on that section. So, and then let's see, let's go to just take a peek at these, and there you go, the same type of thing.
Yes,
0.46
sir.
to 0.3. So there's, again, they're not putting vertical curves in here. Normally in, you know, in hillier country, you would see parabolic curves in here, and you would, so we're gonna take this information and we're gonna build that profile, and then everything will link. And then once we have that profile built and we go, let's look at the typical stations, which was typical sections is sheet 10. So right in here. So they're referencing right over here. There's that top of curb. It's actually the top back of curb. Proposed PGL, that's your proposed grade line. So that's going to be what we use as our profile. That's going to create the roadway, and we would come out here and build this structure, you know, 6 inches away, and it'll be flat. And then it's going to be whatever that drop is. And then 2% up to the crown, or looks, no, it's not even to the crown. It's 2% all the way across to here. And then up, and then across half a foot, and then you got some sod in there, and then you're going to come up here and there's your median point. So we're going to construct every bit of that based on that in there. Now we have to do a different one. See, this one's from 165 to 177. So that's a different one than, say, you know, where's that one? 143 plus 8975. So they're starting it at a slightly different number than we had, the 7625. And it goes to 165, 89, and this goes to 177, 80, 177, 79. Huh. 177, 79, 87. But where we show the white stripe ending was 178 plus 79, 87. So it was 100 feet beyond where they show you their last section.
Yeah, well, it's because on one sections we're gonna do some we're gonna add some asphalt,
Uh-huh.
so it's not gonna be, it's just gonna be for a detours. So that's why
Oh, okay.
that is our working areas.
All right.
But
So
but the concrete is gonna stop at the 179. Which one it is?
yeah, the
Yeah,
170.
177 plus 79. Yeah, that's a
So you're
concrete
gonna,
one. It's
so you're gonna
stop.
start, we're really, where we found those labels, that's just where you're gonna do the blend. So we're
Yeah.
actually gonna go from 143 plus 8975. And we're gonna go to 177, 79, 87. Okay, so on the other end, we had what, 76 to 89, so 13, you had like 13 and a half feet on the west end. All right, so that gives us our stations that we're going to look at. But again, we're kind of well on our way. And now one thing that when you put this together, I'm guessing you would probably, you know, build that top of curb wherever it happens to be in this, I guess it's along this purple line or something.
Yeah,
Then you'd start doing these offsets, 2%, you would offset those lines, and that would work. But what we're going to do now, because of these tools, is we're going to go to here, and we're going to define just that thing there, and then we're going to build this template, and we're going to say, based on this point here, construct all of this stuff in 3D, and when we hit the go button, it's going to build all that stuff as we go, and it will change, it'll use this up to here, and then it will use this from this point on out. So 165, 89, 45. Now they're showing, let's see, 165, 89, 45. So 165, 89, 45. So they're showing right in here, 165. So at some point, they're going to the 2-lane portion. They're going to the double boulevard. This actually doesn't look exactly the same. Let's see. We start here. Let's see, what are the actual road bounds? That is, that's the road marking. All right. What is this? That is the asphalt. So there's the edge of asphalt. What I'm getting at is, if we build this from this section, now these are just typicals. They're saying, excuse me, they're saying starting at the beginning and going all the way up to that 165.89, I want you to build this and only this, nothing over here other than a, well, they're showing an existing swale. Now, we don't have that information in our drawing other than from the drawn contours. So we might be able to get that, we might not. So they're just going, 15.5 feet out here. They don't give us any information here as to what that slope is. Yeah, we don't know. So all we can do is start with this elevation, come out, drop it 2% up, come up, go over for this 2-foot sod strip. And that's really it. We don't know. And we don't even know, coming from the back of the curb, what that slope is coming off of there. It's probably, going to be this 2% down, just like this is on the pavement. It looks to be the same, but we don't know. That's going to be what it's going to be. Same thing here. We can figure this out. We know we got to go up 18 inches from here, from the looks like the bottom of the sod strip up to 18 inches. So we can figure that part out. What else do we have? We've got this section here, this section here. We really don't know what that slope might be. All right, so we also got this water line, storm sewer, but you're not building any of this, right? Or are you? The storm sewer?
no, sir, nothing, just the payment.
Okay, just a payment. So, all right, so we've got, I think what we need. We don't have these back slopes. So we don't know what that's going to be, because it's going to depend on whatever the existing ground is out here as to what slope this takes on. So we don't know what it is. And we really need to have the existing ground along where this road's going to go. Now, here's what I was looking at to start with. I'm going from the start up to this station with just this half. And then they're showing abruptly at that station, 165, 89, 45 to the end, they're saying, hey, here's the second set of lanes. Well, that's not really what happened here. Right? Because if I look at that 165 area, see, I start out here and I've only got the single one lane. This is pavement. See, road asphalt. And that's on pavement. Here's the other thing. That's the actual center line. So that is, yeah, that's your baseline there, but the grade point is over on the other side. That's fine. But see, we don't have enough information in those section drawings to really be able to tell when it goes from the one side only to the double side. I'm sort of confused, like what are these? That says old, okay, so you're widening the road. Looks like. Well, that still says it's on layer old, so I don't know. All right, talk me through what the job is to do here. What am I looking at with this yellow stuff?
Those are, there's the existing asphalt.
Okay,
There's a road in the middle of the Beckendorf. It's just one, it's a one each way. So we're gonna wide, we're gonna make a island here in the middle.
yeah,
And
so
then
this is gonna be new.
yeah, and then we're gonna do
You're gonna do another one here.
another, yeah. But
Uh,
just from the station,
just down to here.
yes, sir. Just from the station 159 plus 89 to 177 plus 77.
159.
165
Oh,
plus 89.
oh, so 165. So right here is where our extra side is gonna stop.
Yeah, well, it's gonna start.
Oh, I mean, start, yeah, and go to
Yeah.
the end. All right, so,
Yes,
but
sir.
now, so one of the things we're gonna have to account for is, see, right in here, we've got, it looks like a double lane.
Yes, because the turn lane, we're gonna make a turn lane. Yeah.
Okay. So but we don't have anything as in terms of a cross section as to what that turn lane looks like. Is that right?
Not in the cross sections,
Okay,
just in the profile and plan view.
okay, so we don't have, let me come back to here and see if there's anything else that we have. In profile, storm inlets, miscellaneous concrete pavement. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. So if I look at 24. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't, this thing's not numbered. Let's see, that's sheet 15, right? So if I come down to 20. Okay, that's 1921 to 223. All right, so this is sheet 23. That's just details here. Let me see, we've got. So we may need some information there, and here we've got, there's that 6-inch curb, so it's 6 inches across, it's 6 inches up. There's a 3-inch radius there, a 1-inch radius here. Now we can construct all of that. All right, so we'll come back for that one. All right. So. All right, so what we need to do is we've got the typical here. We've got this point here that's going to guide all of this, but it's going to guide it only in certain areas. And you're going to get into areas here where, all right, here you got this turn lane. And that's okay, because back in here, we know what one lane looks like. And so as we do that, we're going to have to come down here and actually accommodate this second lane. So we may have to build another template that has this double width and then have it follow there. Now there's another thing that we can do with that is we only define this one width, and then we tell it when it's going down the road to look at this purple line edge and push it out there to that edge and stop it. But what it does is it pushes it out at the same cross slope as this is up here. And if that's the case, then we don't have to build that other template. Okay. Now we also have this particular intersection here where we might need to create a little piece of roadway here so that we can have an intersection, and it will tell you the pavement around these corners. Okay. Otherwise, if we don't, it's just going to try to build a road straight across, and but you're actually working up to those purple edges, right?
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna need to build that. We're gonna need to build this one as an intersection. In fact, any that we need. This one down here as well. So we'll create those as well. They'll be basically just flat pieces, but we want these edges to be able to be defined coming around the corners. So where is the actual curve? Is it on this white line up here or back on this purple line?
The purple one. The purple one.
Okay. So from here back to here is the 12 foot.
It's 20. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's it's a 24. 24 front of curve to front of curve. So it might be 25 back curve to back curve.
36 right across there perpendicularly. Where that, well, I was in like a turn lane area. All right, so in here, our pavement follows this purple.
Yes.
And this yellow double line, that's existing.
That's existing, yeah. There's the existing asphalt road.
Okay, so that's a road that we're not touching. We're just gonna go from here.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, all right. Now. We need that existing ground to be able to tie our edges into the ground itself. And the only information we have are these contours. And if I look at those, I'm going to isolate this layer here. And let's see if we got enough. I'm gonna select all of those and I'm gonna look at those in my 3D viewer. And try to get a sense of what I've got. All right, so I can. The only thing I can do is build a surface out of those contours, and that's, looks to me like they might have even flown that with a drone, because those contours are all choppy looking. Which, I mean, if that's all we've got, that's all we've got. So we're gonna need that. And here's those intersection areas, by the way. And you can see, like right in there, it's as this road comes in, see, it sort of comes down into a bowl shape there, it looks like. And then it comes up to this edge here. So right now that road probably ends in a cul-de-sac. That's what it's looking like. And so we're gonna tie that road in, or maybe that's even off where we're working, I don't know. Although I think that's one that we're gonna be needing to model. All right, so we've got to give it enough information. Let me know, restore those layers. Yeah, so right now that road comes up here and ends in a cul-de-sac right now, it looks like. Is it gonna stay like that?
We don't know. We're not gonna do any kind of work.
Not gonna
that
do
area.
anything on that part at all, is that
No,
correct?
sir.
All right,
Sure.
so that may stay. Maybe there's a fence there and they can keep it locked off. That'll be fine. All right, but right in here, you're gonna need to do something in there. Apparently there's a road planned for that. I don't. I'm confused about.
That's a future driveway.
All right, so the only thing we need to get this back edge, but we need these, we're gonna put this cut in there for that median. And you're actually gonna build the pavement out here to this pavement, or to this purple line. All right. And same thing there. But you see, here's the biggest problem we've got. See, we're gonna come down here and we're gonna try to build this pavement. We need to know what elevation this pavement's gonna be, but you see where I'm touching down in my drawing, I don't have any information down here. I know what this elevation is with this contour line, and that's 164. And I know that this one is at 164 also. So that's probably good guess is that's going to be a 164 on that pavement. This, well, that's the 164. This one's also at 164. But then the only thing we've got, you know, to define what the rest of it might be is all the way down here to this one, which is at 163. So it's essentially dead flat. So
Okay, you can go to the page number 16. We have some elevation for the intersections.
oh, okay. So that would be what am I looking at here? I'm on number 9, 10, 11. So there's actually 10. Yeah, sheet 10. Okay, so you said 16?
Yes, sir. 16.
It's 15A, 15B. 16, there we go. Okay, well, good, then we've got that information we can use. So we'd have to build that as well. And this is station offset and elevation 1, 2, 3, all the way down to 29, and these are all these points. Okay, so we can use that. to build those features. Same thing for that one. And we have,
That for the flow lines.
yeah, that's just for the drainage there. That's not. Yeah, same thing there. Well, what do we have up here at the top? At just the utilities, okay. So that one, and that's sheet 16. What is this? Again, the storm drainage, okay. 1 second. Well, it's just details, all right. All right, right in here, this is possibly. Oh, no, that's the markings, all right, so that's not gonna give us information. Other than for the striping. Well, it's in 625. And they're calling that 7639. It's actually 25. It's 20, so 25, 39. All right, so that part's okay. This is no. It's all striping, so that doesn't have anything to do with constructing the actual stuff. And what is this? Traffic control.
The detour information.
Yep, and the traffic control, and then still traffic control. All right, so that part we don't need. Okay, so what we need to do is to construct the edges that we're going to build. Now, in some roadway plans, you would see you would have cross sections, like some roadway plans, especially here in, you know, hilly type country. You would see all of this information, you know, at every place where it changes. And you would see that transition go from here to here. It wouldn't necessarily, now this one actually is an abrupt change because this is going to be an immediate start from nothing. If we were coming from one and then sort of flaring out to catch the two, you know, you would need to know that transition, but I think we're okay with that. Now, so there's two approaches here, Francisco, what we can do. We can construct this top of curb line and then build the surface all the way out, you know, and across and over, and we'll get that top surface. And that could be it. We'll be done, and we'll tie it into those intersection points as we go around those intersections. Or because we have this information and we know that we've got, you know, 10 inches of concrete here and 8 inches of this subgrade, and we got this 2 inches of sod, and all of this up here is this concrete. We can actually have the template design create all of that, and that's going to give us volumes for those particular types of materials. So it'll give us a lot more information than just that top surface. Okay, so it depends on what you're after. You may not care about that because you're going to measure that and put your payment request in based on whatever it is. Or if you have to, you know, do a bid on this thing, you would construct this thing ahead of time and know how much you're going to have to bid for. But this information here as to what this slopes down to catch the existing ground, I'm going to assume, because it is so close to being on the existing ground, and that existing ground out there is just pancake flat. So we're just gonna put a little 2% catch slope on, from the back of the curb. We're gonna say go at 2% until you hit the existing ground, whether it's up or down. We'll let it find it, and we'll have it build this based on whatever that geometry tells us we need to be. If we're 18 inches from 15.5 feet and up 18 inches, and we can figure out what that cross slope needs to be there. We'll just come up to a point, although we know it's going to be a rounded off kind of structure. And we'll run the first pass through with that, and then we'll dress up the intersections. We don't know. Yeah, we'll take a look at so right now, all I've got is the one lane or the one side. I've got this one side. It's actually 2 lanes, but one half of it. And then we pick up this second half, which is 2 more lanes. And so that's from there, and then it starts up in here. But you see how it, or does it? I'm gonna isolate again. All right, I thought it went through some turns. It's not going through turns. It's doing is adding the turn lane as it gets to that intersection and this intersection as well. So that part will be pretty straightforward. Now, when we get to this turn lane, are we keeping the same cross slope across here?
Yes, sir. It's
The
you don't
same,
show any kind of different information on
yeah,
that
so that's the assumption. When you put that turn lane in, so this is, even though we're 2 lanes here, that's a 2%. We're coming from the high side to the curbs at 2%. And when we add the turn lanes, we're just still pushing that 2% out until we hit over there. That's the assumption, it looks like. Okay, so I think this is in good shape here. Yeah, so what we're going to do then is we're going to have it, put this back on. Let's see if I can freeze this and this is sort of confusing me. I think that's better now. So look at that. What is that? Future pavement. I don't need that on either. This is going to be helpful. All right, so now I'm going to freeze that future pavement. Proposed impervious area. That's okay. I don't need that though. All right, so there's my center line. There's the pavement. I've got this pavement exists. This is where we're working. Have I got that right? We're coming 2 lanes here, we're throwing in a turn lane. But we're only gonna take this up to. There, is that right? Let me turn this back off. All right, Francis, let me ask you this. Are you building this entire,
No, sir, just the
just
the purple line, yeah.
and then when you come around this little node, you're gonna stop right there and come across?
Yes, sir. Well, zoom out, please.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah. We're just gonna stop at the middle of the center of the nose of the island, and then just gonna go straight.
All right, so then you're gonna come across, and then when this comes up here, so you're gonna take up here to this purple line and then come back here and you're gonna stay. You're gonna just build this part,
Yeah.
and you're gonna go up to here, what's? Oh, I've got too many things turned off here, let me see, let me get that back.
Is we're just gonna work to the center of the island, and then we're just gonna lift that we're just gonna do the middle of the island. We're gonna constrict the middle of the island, and the other part they're gonna do it in the future. We're not gonna run a straight line, we're just gonna follow the limits of the road. That purple line is for a detour. For asphalt, we're gonna add some asphalt. Temporary asphalt.
Oh, okay, so that's.
Yeah, we're
your-
gonna add some temporary asphalt, so that's why it runs straight.
Okay,
You see, if you press if you select that purple line and the layers, it's gonna tell you it's asphalt.
yeah, C road asphalt, same thing. And there's also a layer called PAV.
Yeah, it's the same color.
Yeah, so PAV. That's where you're actually constructing, I think, define, isolate. So that's what you're building. Is that correct? That's what you're gonna build?
Yes, sir.
Whereas
Just
if-
yes,
yeah,
sir.
whereas if I'd um, put those back on, let me get both of those. So if I get asphalt and pave together. And let me change the color so I can. ASPH. We'll make that one say this goofy looking green. All right, so that is that. So you're going to actually build the purple. This green is what's out there now. No, that's your detour stuff. Yeah, so the green is your detour stuff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's gonna be a temporary asphalt. Those yellow lines.
Yeah, okay.
But
So,
we don't have any grades, any information for that asphalt. We're just gonna match to.
right, yeah. So if I put this back, I wanna just try to clear this up. I want to get those out of the way now. So that's out of the way. Now I've got two sets of lines here, one for a little bigger nose on those. You're going to this purple. What is this? Proposed impervious area. That looks like something from the drainage, so I'm going to freeze that. All right, so you're going close to the purple, and you're going to start here and go. So if we build, we're going to need some existing ground information. I'm going to draw just from here to here. We'll use that to construct our surface. I'm going to give it a little bit of a rotation here. Again. All right, so we'll use that to build our existing terrain, and it's going to be spotty, but it's really flat out there anyway. So that I'm not so terribly concerned about that. But I need that existing ground to give me a target for when I'm building this road so it can tie in those edges. Again, not so terribly much. And, you know, the two approaches we could do is to build it based on just that one edge, and then just get the top of the surface out there, and then you would have to deal with the materials, or we could put the templates in and let it figure that stuff out for you and accumulate the materials as we go. So we'll talk about that. Now, I do realize that we're excuse me, we're 40 minutes into our lunch hour here. So I'm gonna give you a break. I'm going to now we're going to save this file, and I'm going to pause it. Recording back on, and now let's take a look at the first thing that we're going to need to do is to get that existing ground figured out based on the information we have. We don't really have much, just these contours. So
Your office? Sir, give me a second, sir.
oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, you this?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's all right.
Crystal probably won't come here and talk and look at it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to come back in here and change anything, but I gotta change stuff.
It's all right.
Oh, we are close.
Okay, no, but I'm gonna be over there rest of the day. I'm good.
Okay, did you say you were good, Francisco? I'm sorry.
Hang on just a second. He's moving off. This
I got it. Okay, thanks. I heard somebody say something. I thought I'd missed what he said. That's no problem.
we're kicking him out of the room that he was in.
I got it. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Close it, please. All right, sir. I'm here.
Okay, wonderful.
Sorry, but these people, you know how it is.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all understood. Okay, so what we're gonna do is to build a terrain model, an existing ground to serve as our target to tie our road into. You don't you don't technically have to have that part, but that's the only way to get the actual, tie in and to maybe even figure out the differences in the volume of these materials. But in this particular case, because you're so flat, it's really not going to make a whole lot of difference. But just to show you that that process. So here's what we're going to do. The only thing that we have elevation wise that tells us what the existing ground is are these contours. We don't have existing break lines. We don't have, like we did down in here, we don't have this surface information like they used to build all of this stuff. We don't have any of that stuff up here. Excuse me. So we're going to take just these contours and build a surface from it. That's about the worst possible way to do a surface, because you don't have any information whatsoever, say, between this contour line and this contour line. Now, in this particular case, there may not be much difference out there. So that's what we're going to count on. So to help ease that, we're going to isolate those two layers that we need. We're going to view and isolate layers. And we're going to isolate the contours. Whoops, actually, I did the wrong one here. I need the contours and I need this little frame that I drew around it. I drew that frame around there because I'm going to use that to clip my surface model. And I'm going to actually choose input, from a larger array of information, but I'm going to tell it that this is going to be my boundary. That's all the surface information that I need. Okay. So I'm going to go to surface and I'm going to choose triangulate and contour. And yet I don't need to.
That's the first step for the surface, right?
Yeah. So I'm identifying the pieces of information in my drawing file that I can use to build a surface from. And the only thing I have are those contours. So I isolated the contours, but I also remembered before lunch, I created this little outline because that's going to be where I'm going to trim my surface to, because I don't need the surface out in here. It doesn't do me any good with memory. So I'm going to use that as my what's called inclusion polyline boundary. But everything else that I'm going to be looking at is going to be see, it's going to be defined by this information. As you can see, it's just flat as a pancake. But it does have some information. It's probably no more than 2 or 3 feet difference all the way across that ground. But in any case, that's what we got. So we're going to go to the surface menu. We're going to triangulate and contour. Now remember, and when you look back at this section in here about these surface models, it's going to talk about using data with elevation to create the model. So this is the only data we have, those contour lines that have any elevation. So that's going to be what we have. We don't have any choice in the matter. So I'm going to, first of all, take a quick look at the selection tab up here across the top. I'm going to make sure that I'm not filtered by any of these particular things. I can if I need to, but I usually will not choose to limit my selection. I'm just going to take everything that I select with the mouse. And I'm going to also look at the contour tab. Now this command is called triangulate and contour because it will build a surface and then it will also, as part of the command, draw the contours. Well, I don't need to draw the contours. I can, I've got contours already drawn, and I can always draw the contours at any time in the future because I'm going to be saving the file. So I'm going to make sure that on my contour tab that for now, I'm going to uncheck this draw contours. And now finally, here's where I set the controls up. I'm going to go to my triangulate tab, and I'm going to uncheck all of this stuff here. I don't need to draw this stuff into my drawing because as long as I save that file, I can always generate that stuff anytime I need it and even look at it and just loads it up into memory and then gets rid of it when it's done. So the first triangle the first triangle I want to turn on is that right triangulation file. And then I'm going to choose the select button, and I'm going to go to my area that I'm working in here, and I'm going to call this one EG dash roadway. So that's my existing ground. Well, in fact, let me just do it this way. I'm going to call it roadway dash EG. So it's in the roadway area and it's the existing ground. That's going to be my target for the for my road design. So that's now the name of it. And right here is this checkbox to use an inclusion and exclusion areas. That's that little frame that I do around my area there. And I want to turn this on and make sure that I do that. And then when I go through the prompts, it's going to ask me to select it. And then what do I want to do with that as a boundary method? I can either remove any edges that cross it, or I can trim the edges that cross it. And that's really the one I want, is to trim it, because it's going to build the triangles out in this edge and then cut them off at that edge, instead of, if it's there and it crosses it, it gets rid of the whole thing, because I may have a partial triangle that I want to keep out of that. So I'm going to keep that as trim. And now erase previous contour entities. I'm going to say, just leave that off. I'm not drawing any, so I'm not going to worry about it. It's just sort of a convenience thing to help you. I will ignore zero elevations. So if I have any kind of zero elevation line work, like center lines or whatever else, now I won't in this case because I isolated that layer. But anyway, it's just a good habit to get into. Uncheck the rest of those. I'm going to set my maximum edge length and my interior and exterior length of triangles. I'm going to leave, put it something like 2,000 feet. I'm going to, for now, uncheck this densify break lines, but that would be a case where, like, you might have a long piece of break line data that's got a point here, and then, several hundreds of feet later, it's got the only other point. And so triangles can only form to the vertex locations in any of that line work. So if I have a straight line break line in my data set, it's going to restrict that to this really giant triangle out here unless I add more vertices in there. And that's what that switch is meant to do, is it will densify the break lines. It will add more vertex points into the polylines, so it can form, more triangles closer together than, instead of one giant triangle that spans the whole length. And the nice thing about this is that you can do that in two ways. You can do it from the edit menu, and it will actually add it into the things drawn in the drawing. Or if you do it this way, it only does it in memory, And then after it builds the triangles in the surface, it throws those extra vertices away. So that doesn't hog your drawing up if you do it that way. But I can tell you just by looking at this, that these contour lines, you know, the vertex distribution through those lines, they're really close together. Because I can tell from the shape of those, they twist and turn, they're really convoluted. So they, you know, they change really quickly, so I don't need to worry about densifying any of that. Now, here is a couple of things we want to pay attention to. If you are taking, if you're building a surface for where your source data is contours, and that's what we have right now. So these are adjustments that you can make. So the one that I wanted to turn on is this one right here, to minimize flat triangles. And that will try to honor these little valleys and ridges because we don't have the break lines drawn in there, but it will help us. It will try to keep the number of adjacent flat triangles, you know, to a minimum. And it will model that more closely as if we had drawn the break lines in. So we want to turn that on. These other ideas are the interpolate ridges and valleys and summits and pits. That's when you look at a bunch of data and you see contours, like maybe you see 3 contours in a row that are sort of valley shaped. And if you have that switch on, well, it might, you know, keep pushing that same valley sort of structure on down the page, even after you run out of contour lines. Excuse me. Likewise, the summits and pits, if you've got concentric closed polylines, closed contours that are representing, say, going up a hilltop, if you interpolate summits and pits, then it's going to keep modeling that up to the point where it all goes to 0, or down to the point where it goes to 0, or it's going to just shave it off across the top and it won't keep pushing that information up. So those are things that you might or might not need to turn on. But right now, the only thing I want to do is to minimize the flat triangles. And I don't need to simplify because I don't have, you know, it's not terribly dense. So that should be all I need. I'm going to say, okay. And once it runs, it's going to ask me to start selecting some entities. But again, read the line above to know what it is it's looking for. It wants to know what is your inclusion perimeter polyline, and it is that little rectangular area that I had that I drew right before lunch. Okay. Now it says select entities, and it says it had said select the inclusion perimeter poly lines, so it could be more than one, but I only had the one. I'm finished selecting that, so I'm going to hit enter. And now it still says select entities, but it's changed. It now wants to know any exclusion perimeter polylines. Well, I don't have any of those. I want everything. So I just hit enter for none. And now it says select the points and break lines that you want to triangulate. Well, in this case, I'm going to go out here and just drag a crossing window around all of those to make sure I get them. It's going to consider these out here, but throw them away after it hits this edge. So, but I got enough information to sort of finish up that modeling. So it's going to run through, and you can see it doing its thing down here on the command line. And wow. It's a lot of vertices. This it's minimizing the flat. It's on the first pass, so it's gonna do this a number of passes and try to look at that. Mhm. Apparently, there's a huge amount of data in that.
Taking long.
Yeah, it shouldn't be taking anywhere near this amount of time, but apparently there's a tremendous amount of vertices in this, in those contour lines. I'm gonna push it back on this screen, see if that might give it a little kickstart when I move back to it.
And what about making a surface with spot elevations? Do you make on the drawing?
Yeah, you could do the same thing. Instead of using the contours, you could put spots down. If we have those, you would just put points down, and then when you
Yes,
go,
like like sometimes the PDFs they show some spot elevations.
Yep.
So you can put those spot elevations into the where we're gonna work, and then make the triangles,
uh-huh,
and it works at same like the way the one are you doing right now.
yep. Yeah, we could do that if we have that information. And sometimes we have that, and we also have the contours, so, I don't know. We have to look at, what's gonna give us the best approximation of what that surface looks like. But we can do that, and you can do it, a number of ways. Um, you can build one surface, without using them, and then you can go into an edit mode, and you can add those points to this surface, so it just helps to refine it. Or, you could just go back and, once you have those points in, just redo the build. So I'm gonna have to, I think for this case, we're gonna need to, let me kill this thing. Right over again here. I'll see what I can't do and trim this out a little bit. All right. Oh, I needed to do something different anyway. This needs to go. Not there, but it's gonna come out past there, right? All right, so that's gonna be our working area. So I'm gonna fix this to get rid of all this extra crap, which we don't need, but we needed to look at. So I'm going to edit, erase by closed polyline. I'm going to select that closed polyline, which was the one that I drew as my outside that little trim boundary. I'm going to check on all of these things to get rid of, and I'm going to erase on the outside. So we'll say, okay. It's going to take all of this extra data and get rid of this even further. And I'll save that. And let me turn this. It's got a few things in here. What is this? Impervious and drainage areas. So I'm going to now erase by layer. Select from the screen. I'll select each of those. Maybe this and this. Oh, that's probably what I need. So, okay. I'll do it one more time. Select from the screen. I'll get these things. All right. Final. All right, so I'll save that. I'm going to close this. Open it back up here in a second. I'm also going to look at some projects, plans from Francisco Beckendorf. So now my file is down to still 24.6. Didn't do a whole lot of reduction, but good some anyway. Also, while that's cooking here, I'm going to go to File, Drawing Utilities, run an audit just to make sure there's no errors that are going on. Yep, there were 13 errors. We fixed those. I'm also going to go to Drawing Utilities, and I'm going to purge to get rid of all that extra stuff that we might have. Like I've got all of these blocks. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in this file that's not even being shown. So I'll purge nesteds, and I will purge all. So it's going to get rid of everything it doesn't need. I'll say that. I'll close and reopen. Go to find it here. And then one more time. Take a look at the audit. It should come up with zeros. It did, so we're in good shape. All right. So now I'm going to isolate those layers. I'm going to look at this. Yeah, see how close together all of those vertices are. So if I what's this? Layer 0. We'll make a new layer. Call that clip. I'll make it red. I'll give it some weight. And then finally, layer 0, I will freeze. Okay, so now I should have just the contours and just a clip. I've got a few things in there. Let's see. So a little white flash on that. It looked like there was an extra point, but I guess it's all right. Now, instead of having it run through all of those, I'm going to maybe reduce the polyline vertices here by clicking that. Select all that information and see it got rid of 36,400 vertices. So that helped. Now we go back to surface, triangulate and contour, and everything should be still the same as we set before, except we may have to reselect our file. So we're going to select the file and we'll call that roadway dash EG. Use inclusions, make sure there's no contours, nothing selected. We use inclusion areas, we will ignore zeros, we'll minimize the flats. And we'll say okay. So here's our inclusion, no exclusions, and then we'll select our data. Well, there still just must be, this land out there is so flat. That it's having a hard time doing this minimization trick. Yeah, see, this shouldn't, I'm gonna stop this once again. This shouldn't be taking us that long. Okey doke. isolate those. I'm going to make a new layer called clip. Make it red. And width. That's going to go to width. So there's all the data that I need to look at. Still need to reduce. Okay. Then we'll put the audit back on. Nothing there. And finally, one last purge. And then save. So less than half the original size, so that's in good shape. Now, if we triangulate and contour one more time here. And I'm going to select the file, which will be roadway-eg. I'm going to uncheck this because that's what was holding it up. Where is it? Okay, that's good. So I'll say, okay, select my inclusion, no exclusion, and then finally look at that information. Okay, so it now you see it finished that file. So the reason that was being so slow and sluggish is it's trying to minimize flat triangles, and almost all these triangles are flat. But I'm going to take a look at my surface file. And this is really, what it looks like based on those contours. So you can see that flat sort of bottom part of this little ditch. Over here's a ditch on this side. But you see when it hits that contour, it just goes flat across. That really should go down to a V shape according to this right here. You see that V-shaped swale?
Yeah.
It's probably what that is there, but they didn't give me any information, so I don't, there's no way I can model that other than with that one switch that I showed you that said interpolate ridges and valleys. And interpolate summits and pits. So this would be a pit, this flat bottom, or it would be, and I'll show you the difference here if I can make it work. I'm gonna make it, we'll just call it EG-2. And this time I'm going to interpolate ridges and valleys and summits and pits and even flow paths. Still, because everything's so dead flat, it may still have a problem with that, but we'll see. There you go. So it did it, but it wound up, well, giving some. Crossing locations, but let's take a look at the file just to show you what that switch does. If I choose this one now. All right, so you can see right in here, for instance, remember the last time it only came down to like the second contour.
Yeah,
And so it's trying to push it down even further. That's what that interpolation switch does. And there you can, whoops, there you can see, right? You see that little crease? Through the ditch
yeah.
there. So that's what turning that switch on would allow that to add that in there instead of being dead flat across it. So maybe, and same thing here with this little ridge, because it was coming up on this side and coming up on this side, it just pushed it up until it met up here in the middle instead of going flat across. So that part's probably a little better than usual. Now here's the problem. We've got some of this down here. See, these areas in here probably don't do that. Let's see if we can find the happy medium. If we triangulate and contour. Let's take the flow paths off and this one off. Let's see what that's going to do for us. So EG2. Let's hit that. No exclusions. And then we'll take a look at this. It's still generate. Wow, here's one like 72 feet. 9 feet. I'm be curious to see what that might look like if it will load it for us. Yeah, see, that was it's got those little holes in it.
Okay, yeah.
2 feet down below. So that was something bad to have put on there. Although it did model that ditch there nicely, but everything else was sort of goofball. All right, so let's try. Let's try something again here. If we calculate summits and pits, like ridges and valleys. Let's turn that off and see what this is going to look like. And you notice we keep, when we go through this process, it keeps coming up with error conditions. Because, and here's like 140, and here's again, there's that one that's 200 or 72 feet difference. Right in there for whatever that happens to be. And it's part of that interpolation. Yeah, I can tell right looking at those contours now. It's almost like Let's see. So 0.0. Let me try something else here. Let me go to a dead-on look. And I'm going to select everything here, and I see it's just the one thing. Yep, so that's in, what I was doing here is I turned it up on the edge so that I could select anything that's underneath it, because it was acting like it's finding data underneath there, like 72 feet below, and it's not. The only thing that's down there is that red outline, which is at 0. So we might just have to, let's see, we're going to ignore zeros. Yep. Interpolate ridges and valleys, interpolate summits and pits. Simplify the surface. Let me try that one real quick. Now, this still gives us all those big giant errors. We're going to go back to the non-interpolated and just deal with the flat bottom ditches, because it's not going to work. And I think that's still going to be a problem. See, there's that, yeah, 72 feet, 9 feet, 1.3. Everything else is all the way down to the teeniest. And if we go back and look at that again. Well, there's something that it. Yeah, it's a shame. I like this ditch, but that's the only part of it that I like. All right, so we'll go back to. Let's try all 3 of those. Or maybe. Flow path interpolation by itself, and then we start getting those errors. I won't even bother to look at it. I can tell when it comes up with the response down here. So when it comes up, those errors, I'm going to turn that part off. But that also seemed to have been the interpolation switch that created those really long, weird skinny triangles that run north to south at those intersections. Yeah, it's going to be some problems. We've got fewer problems, but oh, they're much smaller. Let's take a look. Mm. It still didn't get my ditch the way I was really hoping. All right, so we'll leave all of those off. Try that one by itself. Let's get the big phone. I don't want to bother looking at that. We'll just go back to using the first one that has the flat ones. So we'll just, I think we can just live with this and be done with that. All right, so we've got a surface that we're going to use for the roadway basis. So let's restore all my layers. And let's build this template. And we'll build the profile, and that was right in here. So we're going to start with 164.64. Which is at 143 plus 89.90. And then we'll keep adding these in as we go. So now remember, we have an alignment. Of course, it's much longer than what we need. And we could cut it off and just work with a shorter alignment if we wanted. But we're going to look at this from 143 plus 89.75 to 177 plus 79.87. So I'm going to go to the profiles now, and I'm going to choose a design road profile and go to my road profile editor. And it wants to know a road profile file. I don't have one yet, so it's going to be a new one. And I'm going to call this one Beckendorf. And what center line do I need to use? So that's going to be Beckendorf Road center line. So I'm going to open that. And the existing ground I'm going to use is my roadway EG. And here we go. This is what this looks like. That's lovely. So you can see our road. And there's, the reason this is up here, if I look at this vertical exaggeration and say, put it down to 1, you don't see anything here. But let's put it on, say, 10. And we're way back here at this left-hand edge where we don't need to be, and that's at station 100 plus 00. So if I go from 143, 89.75, no. And that elevation actually should be 89.90. Oh, come on, don't ship. And it's 164.64, 64.64. And then finally at 177 79, 87, 77, 87. And we'll put it at a depth of 0. Let me save and exit. And let's see if I can get that to be a little less distorted. Design my road profile editor. There is the profile. All right, so all of these, and you can see it's exaggerated now, but you can see where it goes across those flat bottom ditches. They're not really flat bottoms, but that's all the information we have, so we don't know what to do with it. And that's really the essence of it. But I'm going to use this to create our profile, and that's going to be based on these numbers here. So I've got 143, 89, 90. I've got already in there. I'm going to come down here and insert this PVI, and let's take it right to the beginning. 143. 89.75. 43, 89.75. And
Dude.
what's up, man? All right, so I've got that one. I'm tied to the start. I've got this first one that's labeled. The next one is 146, 25, 64. At 163, 58. So 146. I'm gonna insert, oops. $165. Oh, sorry, 146. 25. 64. Has an elevation of 163.58. Okay, now remember, don't be concerned about how steep you see this. That's because of that vertical exaggeration. We'll look at that in a minute. What you can notice is that
You're just putting the highs and lows, right?
yeah, so we're looking at this 0.4497% slope. There's your 0.45%.
Yeah.
So this, where we said we started to the next one where this started. Let me put that at the same depth. Yeah, so that'll make that 0, 0. So there's your 44.97. Okay, so now we're going to come here and insert the next one, which is going to be that 149, 25, 57. So 149, 25, 57. An elevation of 164.81. Is that right? 164.81. So 164.81. So now there's that. We've got this first leg coming down is that minus 0.44% slope, and then it climbs back up at positive 0.41. So there's your 4.1. There's your 4.5. So that's what we've got so far. And so now we're here. Need to go to the next sheet. And we've got 151, 75, 74. So 151, 75, 74. At an elevation of 163, 72. And there's your negative 0.44% slope, which was that previous
Yeah,
that we saw. All right, so
at the
now,
other page.
yeah. So now 154, 25, 60. 154, 25, 60.
Do we have to do that along the road? Also, on every PVI, every high and
Yeah,
low.
every time they give you a PI, you're gonna need to put that in.
Okay,
Uh,
with the station and elevation.
Yeah, if that's the information you've got. Sometimes they'll give you a vertical curve, if it's got more than just Pancakeville. And so you'd have to put that vertical curve length and the K value and, all of that kind of stuff. And it becomes a parabolic road function. But since this is all we have, we're gonna put this one in and there's not a whole lot that we're using. So 154, 25, 60, 164, 86. 1.86. So again, you see, and it looks real choppy because we don't. That's really what it looks like, and that's 5 times exaggerated. If I look at 1 time exaggerated, you see, it's not. There's not all that chop, but that's just showing us there so that we can see it to do our design work. All right. And
Yes,
just
sir.
like they've got here, you see, that's a 10 time. And you can see about how much that goes up and down, see about how much that goes up and down the very same way. All right, so now our next one is at 156, 75, 90, 156, 75, 90. An elevation of 164, 11. All right. Let's see, the next one is 150. That's what we just did. All right, and 159, 25, 90. One 65, 36. And 161, 75, 90. 161, 75, 90. One 64, 61. Where did that come from? No, 170, 161. Now, because what are they showing here? See
That
that,
is the tie-in with the,
is they through that intersection or is that across the
yeah,
median?
that's that intersection. That is where, I guess when we are going to tie into the existing concrete, because there's some existing, the road's the one going to the subdivision. So right there, it's a radius, it's make a radius, and then we tie into the roads on in the subdivision.
Yeah, okay, so what I want to do now though, and because they're showing you coming up this black heavy line. So that's really, the projection of your grade line, but then they're showing you that it's actually going to do this fall down. So I'm not going to enter these in here yet. I'm just going to put this in here, and then we're going to go back and tie in those intersections and have them tie into our curb line as we go across here. It's a 164.30.80. 64.30.80 at 165.68. 165.68. And then 166.75.89. $164.95. Next one. Let's see. Okay, so right here. Same thing if I'm there, that's that little drop down. So that's a similar type thing right across that intersection. All right, so I need this 168.50.74. 168.50.74 at 165.85. 165.85. $171.50.97. At 164.95. $174.0102. $165.70. 165. Right. And then for the final two, 177.0102. $164. And then 177.83.85. 177.83.85. 164 quarter. 164. Okay. And then it ends down here with whatever that one is. 77.87 at 163.23. Did we get that any particular place? We don't really have. Start and stop elevations, do we? That's the drainage. That. Yeah, that's just the locations. So this one starts. And then the last one stops. Okay, so I think we got what we need. We will save and exit that. So now I've got a center line, I've got a profile. And I'm going to need a that cross-sectional template that we're going to get. From here. There it is. All right, so we've established the elevations along that grade point. Now, that grade point is always the same distance away from the baseline. Is that correct? We got 24 feet face to face, 15.5 feet to the baseline. Yep. So that's good. All the way across there. So now let's go to the template editor. And this is what, the plan set is going to call your cross sections, but we're going to look at it as, and it's on the road menu. This is their design template, and we're going to have 2 of them. And we're going to say new, and we're going to call this one, we'll just call it 2-lane, and then 4-lane will be the next one. So I'll call this one 2-lane. And we're going to start building that structure by defining grades, curbs, medians, and subgrades, and all that kind of stuff. But by default, when this comes up, see this little checkbox that says right side same as left. That's so in case your PGL was right in the center, the crown of the road, but in this case it's not. It's the top back of curb. So we're going to uncheck that so that we can build the left and the right side based on this right here. So
We're gonna check out if we have the PGL on the crown of the road, right?
well, we don't. We have it
No, I
back.
know, but if we have the PGL on the crown of the road, we have to check out that that option.
Oh,
right?
yeah. You check that checkbox that way.
Okay,
Yeah, because it wouldn't necessarily be the crown of the road. It would be, it's the center
yeah,
of
that's true.
the same line that lines up with the center line alignment. And then, the only time you have that checked is if the left side is exactly the same as the right side. So the offsets, the slopes, everything to get from the center line out to the edge has to be exactly the same on one side as the other. And it takes care of copying that information from the left over to the right. That's all it's doing. Okay, and so you can define that, and you define either the left side or the right side. And then you could copy it one side to the other. So, but now we're going to be different. All right, so the first thing we're going to work on the left side here first. Well, no, let's work on the right side first, maybe. No, I'm sorry. We're going to work the left side first because that's going to trace us around. So I know now, remember we had that 1-inch radius and the 3-inch radius on the curb top. I'm gonna ignore these radius values right now to save a little time. I'm just gonna go 6 inches across, 6 inches down. Excuse me, or like really, 5.5 or 5.5 inches across. And then 6 inches down. And the reason I'm going to go 5.5 inches across is so that I don't wind up with a vertical face. I'm just going to go almost the 6 inches, and then I'm going to drop down, and where I hit down here will be at the exactly 6 inches part, but that way the top of that curb is going to be leaning back a little bit away from the vertical, because that you can't have a vertical surface when you're modeling terrain with triangulation. So we're going to start there, and we're going to go across 6 inches at 0 slope, and then we're going to drop 6 inches at basically the vertical, and then we're going to go for 2% up basically 24 feet. I don't need to put this middle spot in here, but if they had different crown slopes, I would need to put those in there. But I'm just going to go 24 feet across to the other curb face, then up and back, and then start to come out. Okay. So starting where I am right now, I'm actually on a curb. So if I put a curb, oh, sorry, not a, okay. All right, so I'm going to be right there where I'm starting. I'm going to put a curb in, and I'm going to put a curb in of this particular type. Let's see, what do I have? Take the top. Width, drop, height, base. So he's got this one has a batter on the front as well as the back, so I don't know worry about that. All right, so I'm going to choose this first one here. You can see the different types. We're going to use dimensions of inches, and I think that's concrete, and that all gets poured as part of that slab. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's going to make it integral and not separate.
Okay.
So I'm going to choose that. I can have some straight rounding, just so we can see nice sharp edges. The base slope is going to be flat. And now our dimensions. So across the top would normally be 6 inches. I'm going to make it 5.5 inches. So I'm going to be just a ½ inch shy. And our width, do we know that width yet? No, we don't.
It's for I guess
Well, actually, here's what we need to do. Instead of that, we need to choose this curb 2, because it's not really a curb and gutter and then asphalt. It's all this integral stuff. So that would be the better choice.
okay.
Yeah, so now 5.5 inches across, and then there's a tapered distance. So that taper would be ½ an inch. So 0.5 inches there. So 5.5 and 0.5. And now the drop is
6 inches.
Normally, but that's after we come down the taper. I don't like the way that's working either. All right, give me a second.
We give 6 inches of that curve. 6
Yeah,
inches drop.
yeah. See, I need, if I do it, you see where they're showing the drop is on the vertical part of the face instead of from the top down. So they're saying after the taper, Let's see if I can find the right the right one of these to use. And if I choose top paper and the width, see that has a gutter width, which I don't want. It's there goes a height one and drop. I choose that. So my height one, my height two should be 12 inches, which it is. My height one is 6 inches. So that drop, you see how it calculates that is it's taking that drop as just 1 inch because I'm coming over a half an inch. So then this drop, I need to make yeah, 5.5 inches. So I'm coming over 5.5. I'm going out an additional ½ inch. So I'm going to come down a ½ inch and then I'm going to finish my drop. So there's my total 6 inches from the top to the bottom. And it's going to be 6 inches deep in the slab. Is that what we have? Not necessarily. How deep is that?
Oh, it's a 10 inches.
10 inches right there. Okay, so that height one is 10 inches. And I noticed something else we want to change is
Like 16.5 inches high too.
yeah, the
I'm
height.
sorry. 16.5 inches.
Thank you. Well, no, it's going to be 10 plus 6 is just 16.
Okay. 6.
Yeah, because 5.5 over, ½ an inch out, which puts you down ½ an inch. Continue dropping 5.5. Now you're at the pavement top. So there's your 6 inch total drop. And then you're going down 10. So that puts you down 16 from the top because we already took the ½ inch out there. So that's our 16 inch height. All right. So they're there, and that's going to be concrete. And we'll call that a curb. And see if I get the right direction. No. So there we go. So right there's our PGL right up there in the corner. See a little white spot and it comes over sort of. There's that.
Okay. I lost it right there. Okay. How you're gonna put the PGL on? How are you gonna select that it's a curb? Your PGL, it's at the top of the curb.
Yeah, the PGL is right here.
I know, yeah, but how do you do that?
Because the first item that I put in here was a curb. And that's
You just put curb right there on that box.
yeah, this box right here. The curb.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
no, I could have defined each of these as grades, but if I do it as a curb structure, it'll actually tell me how much curbing that I'm going to use. So maybe or maybe not that I need to do that. In fact, I probably will find I'm going to have to do it. So if I do now beyond that curb, I'm going to have some grade at a 2% positive for 24 feet. And that's going to be my, let's call it EP. No, it worked all right. And I'm going to now do another curb, but this time make it on the left. Oh, wait. Yeah, now add a curb. Same thing, but oh, here we go, concrete, so this will be curb. 2 on the left. Great. Yeah, see, it's trying to get to the back. Remove that. Oh, actually, see. I turned that around. There we go. So there to there. Now, after that, another curb in left orientation. Whoops. BRB2. No, that's getting screwed up. All right, let's do it this way. Why is that? New lane, call it new. All right, so we're gonna have to build it as grades because that curb structure is not gonna work correctly. All right, so we're gonna go from the back of the curb, we're gonna go out 5 point, well, not 5, this has to be in feet, 0.45 feet. And that ID is going to be top of curb, well, you're calling that top of curb, I'm gonna say top face of curb, TFC. Oh, let me uncheck that. Yeah, so top TFC, I'm gonna add another grade, which is going to be a vertical difference of negative half a foot for a horizontal distance of 0.05 feet. And that's going to be called, what do you call your flow lines, like FLs, or do you call them face of
Yeah.
curb?
Well, it could be face of curve or flow line. It depends how it is on the drawing.
Yeah, I just, whatever you want to call it. It's
Yeah,
just,
face of curve it's all right.
all right, so now I'm coming across the top, I'm coming down, aiming at the tip of the curb, I'm gonna add another one now. That's going to be 2% for 24 feet. And that's gonna be the edge of pavement.
So you are making your curve, right? According dimensions and grades.
Yeah, that's coming across here and down and
Okay,
over.
yeah.
So in fact, let's make that instead of FC, let's call that. That's an edge of pavement. It's looking for the duplicate. All right, let's call it EP1. EP1 is that first one. There's the EP. Now I'm gonna go up and add another grade. So it's going to be a vertical difference of this time a positive half a foot for a distance of half a tenth. And that's going to be the top face
PC
curb
two.
2. All right, so actually this one I want to into this one. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all of these with numbers so that we can. All right, so 1, 2. And then I'm gonna add another grade.
Slope 0. Horizontal distance is gonna be 6 inches,
Yeah, so or point
5
four,
inches.
0.45. Because remember the other one we just did at 0.05.
Yeah, 0.05, yeah, because the half an inch of drop.
So that's now gonna be your top of curb. We're gonna call it two. All right, so now curb across to curb. And then we'll go off at a 2%.
For the sod.
Yeah, we'll take, each of those are gonna be a positive 2%. Sod strip, which is 2 feet. Okay. So we'll say a positive 2% for 2 feet, and that's gonna be called sod. You know, I ought to, instead of calling those ones and twos, I ought to call them left and right. No, not necessarily. I'll just call it sod. Yeah, that should be okay. Because now I'm gonna copy that one over here to this side, so I'm gonna select that sod component and copy left to right. Oh, no, it took the whole thing. Come all the way down to here. And remove. All right, so now I've got sod on both sides. There's that, there's that, there's that, and then the sod. And from that point, we're going to say, we're gonna do a cut or a fill. So if I do my cut definition, I'm just going to say, what am I gonna make it? My slopes, reply to existing section point, no time to sets. Sets. Do that, let's just do. And these slopes, let's see, let's continue that as a percent. So if I'm in cut, let's just make it 3%. And if I'm in fill, also make it 3%. So now I'm saying if I come over here, and there's my 2% up, and then it's going to go 3% down to hit the existing ground. I look at it here, I'm 2% up, and then 3%. Now that's if I'm in cut, then it would be a 3%. Actually, I'm going to fix that. I'm going to make my cut 1%. So it will. It'll form, so this comes up at 2%, and then that goes at 1%. So it's going to crown a little bit right there, just not really crown, but it's not going to be as severe a break. It's going to be a less steep. We'll see if that works. It'll, when we first run it, we'll take a look. All right, so I'm gonna save this template. I've got that one. I've just got the top of the ground. And now let's put in our thicknesses. So we've got 10 inches of concrete, 8 inches of subgrade. And then we got that 2-foot soil strip. Do we know how thick that is? Say 4 feet, 4 inches, I mean, maybe.
But what?
The sod strip.
Oh, it's yeah, it's around 4 to 6 inches. It's an average.
Yeah.
Can put some 5 inches average.
All right, so we're gonna next then go to our subgrades, and we gotta put subgrades, and they're gonna show up in this side. I'm gonna be on the left and the right, but I'll start over on the left. I'm all the way out to my side point. I'm gonna turn off these displays just so I can work with this. We'll turn it back on in a minute. All right, so at my sod, I'm gonna go back to the original start, which is right in here. And how deep now was that? Was 16, but this first thickness is concrete. So I'm going to add a subgrade, and it's going to show up down here. So I'm going to say my subgrade, and that is going to be going out, and it goes all the way out to that back of curb, the top, what do we call it, top back of curb, what was it, EPV top, there, forget what I named it. That's the EP, top face of curb, TC2. Okay, so TC2, so subgrade TC2. It's going to go out to, and I can choose this point, TC2. Now I'm doing that instead of putting a distance in, because when we tell it to follow that median nose around those turning lanes, it's going to push everything around it. And it's that named point, TC2, is going to be what gets pushed. And so this subgrade is going to chase that name instead of a particular distance. Okay. And so now for our units, I'm going to switch to inches. And switch to inches. And how far is my vertical offset? Well, it's going to be 16 inches. I'll explain that here in a minute. Oh, and first of all, this is not that yet. This is TC2. Okay, yeah. The horizontal offset is where it starts. It starts at the center line, so I don't put anything in TC2. And now that material is concrete. Why did it go to TC2? That's TFC1. This is not.
Let's see.
We'll do it. It-
It mark,
Yeah,
it
I
makes the
see,
step,
I
the
see what
step
it,
with the curb
I-
step, right?
yeah, I see what it's doing is it's following the top and draw, so it's keeping 16 inches all the way. So that shouldn't be doing that. I should only go out here to this point and then go another for a 10-inch one. So I want to take this from that point to that flow line, which we called EP1. So if I go to EP1 and go straight up, I don't, yeah, but I want that point. So after TFC1 is EP1. I want to go out to EP1. It does okay here. It's just when it hits that, it dies. You know, this is because our grade point is over here and it's not in the center of the actual surface, but if this comes here.
Well, the way how we do that, how we do the layout of that, like in this case, we just have the top elevation and we just set up a vertical offset, depends on the thickness.
Yeah,
And that is how we work on this, like in
yeah,
this case.
might even typically just put a dial down on your blade.
Yeah.
So now. Just, I don't understand. All right, so if I continue the slope, I go to EP1. Match the surface. So let's just put it in as a 2%. Right, so that should go to EP2. TC2 should really come to there. Yeah, see, that's. Carlson, you're making me look bad here, dudes. Come on. If I go to the EP2 plus, let's see, and then say straight up. No, that's what's going to screw it up. No. Well, it's almost there. EP2 is right there. And I said, go to EP2 plus half a foot. Let me see, plus 12. Or rather, plus 6. Yeah, see, it reads that as feet. It reads that as. Oh, all right, it goes to EP2. To TFC2. I'm looking at this up here in this picture, the ones that get lit up. And then it goes to TC2. That's the point. I want to actually go to TC2. And yet it won't let me choose that. Yeah, see, when I put TC2 in, as it blows it up. So if I go instead of TC2, if I go to EP2, then that should go up to EP2. But it doesn't, because EP2 is here. It's falling short of EP2. Maybe, let's see, what is my center? Is my center? EP1, EP2. For some reason, it's offsetting that 6 inches. So let's just go EP2 plus half a foot. So these offsets are in feet. The thicknesses are in verticals. Ah, shoot, why is that? How about an entire foot? What does that do? It looks like it's correct. So if for whatever reason thinks EP2 is out here. All right, we'll go with that and see what happens. We're going to add another subgrade. And this time we're going to start a horizontal offset now. We're going to do that from at TC2. And the vertical offset, we said the soil, the sod, let's go make it, let's just call it 4 inches for this one. We could make it 6, whatever we want. And then we're going to go the distance. What was that, 2 feet? And we'll match the surface straight up. That's all good. And that's going to be sod. And we'll call that there. And so there's that sod that goes there. All right, so far so good. We'll come over here now on the right hand side. And the only subgrade we're going to have is what do you say, 4 inches, and we go at 2 feet, and that's also sod. All right, so that all looks good. Turn the cut and air fill back on in a minute. So I'm going to come down here. And we're going to add another subgrade. And that is this. So I'm 2 feet behind that. So I'm going to have to put that in. I don't think it'll let me put in as negative offset. We're going to see. So if we do a negative 2 feet and it's 8 inches and it goes out to and also 2 feet. Okay. So my offset is -2. We'll see if that works. It's 8 inches. And the distance is all the way out to sod. No, all the way out to sod plus 2 feet. I mean, not sod, but TC2 plus 2. And it's not 8 inches. I'm gonna add that to the 16.
So say it's gonna be 24, yeah. We have to play with all that measurements, right?
Yeah, the problem is we're not putting it in as a curved structure. We're putting it in as a grade.
Okay, yeah. If we put the curve stricter, it's,
It could just tell, yeah, it would just go underneath the curb.
it just goes straight. It'll make any step, you don't have to,
Correct. It would just,
put any additional information.
yeah, so to fix this, instead of up here matching the surface on the slope type, I'm just gonna say special and put in as a 2%. Now that should fix that, and I should be able to do it straight up. All right, so that was good, but it didn't go out far enough. It also did not, you notice I gave it that -2 feet as an offset. It didn't do that, so I'm going to do this in 2 pieces. So no offset, and the distance out is I'm going to go to the top face of curb 2, but it's not letting me read those, so I'm going to go to EP2. And I'm going to, if I want to get to the back of the curb for whatever reason, I'm having to add a foot, so I'm going to say +3. And this is called, we'll just call it sub base, which is fly ash, right? We'll call it that. So there. Now, that's not what I want. Let's see. It looks like it's there, but I only want it to go out to here and go up. So that needs to be, or they're saying come a minimum of 24 inches past the back of the curb, and they're saying that's also 24 inches. So really, that line and this line should line up. They do, but instead of a straight up, I need to make that a wraparound, and the wrap height is what? So 8. There we go. And now on the right, I need to add with a wraparound special 2%. No offset, vertical offset. Is 0. starts at 0 and it's gonna be a 4-inch. No, that's the side, shoot. Let me see. Well, this is really complicated because of that PGL being offset. So if I'm no offset, I'm starting there at 0. I'm gonna go, let's just say 8 inches for now. And that's going to go 2 feet. And that's going to be sub base. And the wrap height of 8 inches. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Straight up. Look at this, it's just really screwed that up. Oh, actually, let me see, move that down. There we go. Except where did it put it? It needed to be here, but it's coming here. So that needs to be, instead of 8, it needs to be 24. It's basically sort of what it looks like. It shouldn't come first. Let's see, I've got concrete, I've got sub base. Now on the right hand side, I've got sub base. Also, wrap around and start right there at that grade point. And I'm going to drop it 24 inches and I'm going to come up 8 inches and come back around. Yeah, so that should all work. And I think, see that should pull all the way back there. Yeah, so this one now then should be,
So Alvin, both Galveston fail.
and that should just tie right back, and it's not.
Nope. Doing table.
Was in wrong set, nothing. Let's see if I do a 0.00.
Yeah, here.
Slopes are good. Our distances should be good. All right, so that built that grade out to two sides, so this ought to. Uh, go to- Right, so I think that should work. Even though it doesn't draw the top. Oh. See, that bothers me there too when it does that. 'Cause it's trying to target that over there. So let me try this. I'm gonna call that sod 2. There we go. The distance is going to be to sod 2. And then this one is going to have the horizontal offset of 0, vertical, and the distance is going to be sod 2. Oops. Same old thing. That should be after that. Well, let's, in the interest of time, let's not sit here and spin our wheels too much further. All right, so now we have a profile, a center line, and a template. And what we'll do on the first pass now is to look at how that's going to build our stuff. If I go to my roads menu and I'm going to process my road design, this is sort of the precursor to RoadNet, okay? So I'm going to go to center line. I'm going to choose that Beckendorf center line. My profile, I'm going to choose my Beckendorf design profile. And now my template is going to be this 2-lane. Now I know we've got a 4-lane, but I just want to show you what this does typically. Now, when it comes down here, I need to tell it what is the existing surface. That happens to be my roadway EG. I don't have any of this information there, so nothing to worry about there. Design cross-section, we'll call it Beckendorf FG, or let's see, Beckendorf SE. Let's call it X SECN dash FG. Our existing section is going to be Beckendorf X SECN EG. And I think that's we need for now. We'll say okay. And now here's where, because our alignment, remember, goes from 100 all the way out to this other end. So we're going to change this range up here was, what do we have? 143.89. 75 to 17783.85. So 143.89.75. That's correct. 177. $79.87. I may have to go back and adjust something here in a minute, but so that should work. Template ID for the profile. Single line, shrink as well, it's fine. Type of curved roadway. Horizontal offset. Of road. Don't need that. That's if my alignment is defined as an offset, which is not. Same as a vertical, it's not. All right, airport final station, D's triangulating contour. For now, not. And section. Template polylines. Cross sections get drawn anyway. All right, so let's see now, if I draw the template polylines, they're done. The cross-section polylines are done. Template IDs to draw. All right, I'll say, okay, now it's going to go through and push down that alignment, and it's here's where all your material information comes. So between these two stations, you've got, this much cut, this much fill. And you have, left subgrade, right subgrade. And this is warning the tie to the offset is beyond the existing offset. So I'm only looking at 100 feet.
Whenever you do the template, basing on your contours line existing, they give you the take off dirt analysis. Or
Yes.
kind of a takeoff dirt
Yes,
analysis.
exactly right.
Okay,
And-
okay. That's
and
why you have to take care about the contours line, about the existing. How is
Yep.
the existing ground, right?
Yes, that is correct. And you also have to make sure that you put in those subgrades. That's what's going to give you those volumes, because it's the thickness of those subgrades that is how it accumulates the volumes. So now that we've done this, just as a first pass, this is what it generates, and we'll change some colors here in a minute so we can see those more readily. But if I zoom this around, can you see that curb? It steps up, and that curb steps up here and goes across.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the edges of those. And we're going to we're gonna set a couple of other little parameters. Looks like we're catching everything okay. So what, maybe we'll tighten up the cut bank.
Okay, I have another question. If we don't have any kind of contours of existing, the natural ground, that can work with, if we make a topo, right? We just put in those points, make our contours lines, and then do all this process,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, you would actually, well, yeah, you could do it that way. You would make those and then you would have to add this to it later. But it won't accumulate those volumes unless you have that existing surface. So if you don't have it, you have to create it.
Yeah,
And so you could have it, now it'll generate the materials, but it stops it out at the edge, that last definition of this design template. So if you didn't have, for instance, these cuts and fills, let's turn those on. I'm gonna put, say, fill on the left and cut on the right. So if you weren't defined with those catch slopes,
okay, yeah, I understand.
then it would go out to that last edge, but it still calculates all of this material in here, but then and it still sets it up and down, vertically in the world where it needs to go. But it doesn't know how to tie that edge back to the existing ground. At that point, you could, do without the cut and fill, generate this geometry, and then go through after the fact and tie that outermost edge down to the surface if you later on then come and find you have a surface. So let me change these cuts and fills to 3:1 as a ratio. Yeah, so that's gonna look like that, and it's not really gonna look like that, but that should get me to the surface quicker. And so I'll save that. Exit, and I'm gonna go back now to roads and process road design. This is all the same. I'll say okay, and now I'm going to erase previous. That's fine. Draw the cross section polylines and draw the template polylines, all the template IDs. Oh, the subgrade polylines as well. So now when I do that, I'm just going to run here now as our report. My left, subgrade 1, 2, and 3. I've got the concrete, that's the pavement and the curbs. I've got the sod, that's those two little dirt strips, and I've got the sub base. And that's the first 3 is on the left, the next 2 are on the right, and that gives you that total accumulation.
So those quantities we can use for like a bid, or
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty much close, those numbers, right?
Yeah, they should be. They're calculated using the average end area. Now, that's done by, the heck is all of this? That's stuff from that subdivision parts, guessing. All right, so that now is pretty much done. And remember what I've got is I've only got the 2 lanes. But now that we've drawn the subgrades. What? Okay, to be careful. All right. All right, so now you can see underneath, if I can get this to not be so jumpy. You see these lines underneath now? These two lines right here. Those are the edges of the subgrade. Now, we're not gonna really be able to see it here. But if we look at our cross sections, let's, I'm gonna look at my future ground and I'm gonna give it a reference of the existing ground. And I'm gonna make sure I use that. And I'm gonna just start here with my first one. And let's go with let's see, show. That should be okay now. If I drive down the road, focus view and the offset range from 50 to 50. Okay, so you can see. So you see the red part is the existing ground. You see how it's catching that existing ground. That's where the edge is going to be. And it may or may not be to that point, but you know, with the lack of anything else, they don't give us any information. They just show us in a typical section, hey, you're gonna put some sod down and go with that, but they don't tell us what that slope is. So we just made the assumptions 2% and off we go. Now, I'm not real happy about that subgrade. That's 2 feet out, but I think we're okay with that. If not, we're missing that one right edge strip, but I think it's good. All right, so I'm gonna stop that. If I go back to my road profile editor, here's that. I'm going to put this up here and I'm going to put this down to say just a 2-time vertical, and I'm going to show the sections. There's my design template. There's my 2-lane. And let's do no exaggeration. So now as I a different place, this so this I should be able to drag back and forth and let that update for me, but it's not. Huh. Yeah. So anyway, I've got that. Let me that marker through a little air conditioner. I'm going to save this. I'm going to exit and come right back in. All right, so now we got the we have the one that just has the 2 lanes, so we need the 4 lane at this point, but I'm gonna change some layer colors here a minute. So I've got all of these layers, road, brake line, center line. Let's make the center line red. Let's make brake line EP. And EP1 and EP2. This color. The sod and sod 2 will make sort of sod color. Now this is their curb information. Maybe make that that color. Air tie. We'll make that where it hits the ground and the rest of that. Now here's our subgrades. 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2. I don't know which ones those are. Let's just give them different colors. We'll say blue for number 1, 2, 1, 3. Might be sort of orangey. 2, 1 might be sort of purpley. So that was 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Wow, I have no idea. But again, all it's doing here for us, what we're asking it to do is to create these subgrades so that we can see where all that stuff gets created. And it actually draws it into the drawing as 3D, as 3-dimensional objects. So now, in fact, if I look at that now back in my viewer, I can see all of that. Oh, I got something going in there I've got to take a look at. Yeah, there you go. So you can see all those different components would get built and go to the front of this and see what it is we've got floating around out there. Water pipe existing. Okay, so let's just. All right, so we've got our surface, we've got this, we've got right now what is just that as if it were a just that single 2-lane section. Okay, so we're going to now come in here and put down the other one, or the 4-lane. So the 2-lane goes from there to wherever it's going to go, and then we'll go from that 2-lane to the 4-lane, and then we'll add these intersections in, although we're running out of time here. So let's go to the 4-lane template, and let's create, we're going to just copy this one.
So you can do 2 separate templates and then put it together on only one?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like for give that information to, so Will, you have to process that information to make a file to the machine control, right? But
Right.
after that, before that, I'm sorry, you can put it together, then process that file to the file, so to the one the machine needs, so you can put all together.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You could do it that way. Or what I would recommend doing though in this regard is I'm still going to generate one road surface. But I'm going to do it with a series of templates. So I've got this one template that starts at the far end and goes all the way to the other end. Now, the next template that I'm going to want, I've now got loaded up here, and I'm going to now build this one. So I'm going to go 15.5 feet. And we'll figure out, what that rise is, and then we're going to reflect it across there. Let's see.
Like right here, we have 18 inches above
Yep,
oh no, it's not. Well, yeah, it's 2 inches below the top of the curve, right? That's the straight line. And then in the middle, yeah, that one. So the
right
middle,
here.
we can add the 18 inches and we can grab that elevation.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, because that's right here below that, whatever that elevation is right there. We don't know what it is. We can assume that it's maybe, because see, they never tell us how thick this is. We know that this is 6 inches here.
yeah.
That looks to be about, maybe not quite to the halfway point, so I don't know. I would ask these guys for a little more clarification on this would typically be what I would do, or, what would I normally do if I'm doing this out in the fields? Where do I set that? Or do I compute my way over from this point, get out to, well, there's no way to compute that without knowing those slopes anyway. So 10 and 8, 10 and 8, 10 and 8. 2. So if I take a look at something here a minute. Let's exit that. Let's see this for a minute. So template ID for proof. This might be better. Let me save these. All right, I'm going to try something here a little bit different. Instead of having that, now we'll still use that for the grade, but if I put my center for my 2-lane, I'm going to put a grade in at -2% or 15.5 feet. And that's going to be EP. Let's turn off these displays for now. Except that's not what I want. I want. If I'm here. I'm gonna go 13.5 feet. To hit sod. But at what slope? Let's see. No. See, what I was trying to do here, Francisco, is if I kept my definition at this baseline, it lets me do that. And I just tell it that I'm going to use the elevations from the profile applied to this point, my top back of curb. But that won't allow me to tell this edge of my corridor to go out and seek the existing ground. That has to be one on one side of the center line and one on the other side of the center line. So I could bring the center line to this point and do it, but again, what's the difference between doing that or doing it from back here? There's not much different. But what would have been nice is to have defined it here. I defined it once, let it mirror across. And see, this gets built no matter what. To get that 18-inch hump in the middle. But once it gets out to the edges, then it's going to tie to existing. So this is the problem. I can't go from the center out here and pick up this point to start on this 2-lane like I can on the 4-lane. All right. So if we let's just work on the 4-lane. All right. So if we start there, we've got all of this. I'm going to turn these displays off here. So I'm now starting there. I'm coming all the way out to here, which was there. That's where I am at the end of sod. So I'm going to go 13.5 more feet from there. And we're going to go, well, let's just call it 18 inches up. It's not exactly 18, a little less, but I don't know that slope. So 13.5. So 1.5, let's call it 1.35 feet. And that's going to be median in the end. And then we're gonna reflect that the other direction. So 13 and a half, 1.35, so vertical difference was 1.5 minus, and that's going to be a 13.5. And that's going to be to sod 3, I think. And now what do we have? We're now down to this point, so we're going to go 2 feet at that 4% slope, hit the curb and start coming across. Okay, so add one more grade at a minus 4% for 2 feet. And that is going to put us on the top of curb 3. And then another grade. Vertical difference of 0. Horizontal distance of 0.45. That's our top face of curb 3. And add another, a vertical difference of minus 0.5, horizontal distance of 0.05. And that's going to be the flow line 3, let's call it. So we call these up here, we call them. Okay, so first side. Median line 2. Let's see, oh, EP1, so EP2, so EP3 would be this one. So now I'm at this face of curb. Oh, I went, oh shoot, where am I at? I'm at that face of curb, so now 2% for 24 feet. So add a grade minus 2%, 24 feet. That's E1. And now we built the curb up, so I'm gonna go curb, or not, sorry, not curb, but grade a vertical difference of positive 0.5, a horizontal distance of positive 0.05, and that's top face of curb. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. The top face of curb. 1, 2, 3. 3. Oh, I guess it's 4. Come down, hitting the road, coming across, coming up. Now let's go across a vertical difference of 0 for 0.45 feet. And that's the top of curb 4. So now I'm here at the back of the curb, so I now need to set the sod. And we did that as a positive 2% in. Was 2% for 2 feet, and we called that sod. Sod. All right, so save that, and we need to add those subgrades there again, referencing from here. So for now, however, just to save that, because we're running out of daylight, I want to show you how this is going to work. I'll turn these guys back on. We'll save that, exit that, and we now have 2 templates. And we know where they start and stop. So I'm going to go from their road, and I'm going to put, instead of process road design, where we only have this one template, I'm going to make a template series. So I'm going to say design template instead. It's going to be a TSF file. So I'm going to call it Beckendorf TPLT series. And that's going to be a TSF. I'll choose the edit button to edit that. I'm going to set my reference center line by that little set button right there. That's now going to be that. I'm going to now add from station 0, not from 0, actually, from 143 plus 89.75. I'm going to use the 2-lane. And I'm going to add another one. So where does our 4-lane start? Do we know from these drawings?
Or
maybe?
it's the station 1. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Station 165 plus 89.45
165 plus
plus 89.45.
89. Yeah, there we go. I had that written down. I just couldn't tell which number it was. All right. And so at that point, we're going to switch to the 4-lane template. As long as I've kept the numbering correctly in here, they should tie those up together. Should be just fine. Now, there are 2 things going on here. Is if I start with this 2-lane and then I go to this 4-lane at that station, the way I have it right now, this is going to interpolate. So it says to transition with the previous, well, not for that one, it won't matter, but for this one, it says transition with the previous template in the series. I'm going to say interpolate. So that would go from wherever this starts, and then it would taper it back all the way back to that starting station. So it goes from 2 lanes up to that 4 lanes all the way across that distance. So that's something to be careful of. So you can either do no transition where it's abrupt and just say none, or you could drop another station just in front of this one that goes to 4 that's still using the 2. And that's usually what I like to do with these, to make sure I get a nice square edge on that. So I'm going to add one more, and this time I'm going to say 160, yeah, 165 89.44, so just 100th short. And that's going to use that 2-lane. So now I'll save that. I'll exit that. And now I'm going to say, okay. And we're going to hope for the best. There's our numbers. Everything got drawn. We'll take a quick peek. Okay, so you can see what I did. It used that 2-lane all the way up to here till it got to the 4. You know, so I've got 2 lanes on this side and 2 lanes on that side, and there's your median in between. Okay, so now I'm happy with that. We still haven't got the curb, you know, these islands in here. We'll fix that. But if let's go back to that one more time to process the road design. And now I'm going to come down here and choose this triangulate and contour, and I'm going to set. No need to draw the contours yet. I'm going to write the triangulation file as this time my roadway FG for final grade. That should be okay. That I'll say okay, and it's going to run. There's my numbers. Everything's drawn into the drawing. And if I look at that surface now, and I will also just go right ahead and add the drawing geometry. So there's that nice crisp curb and that little 2-foot piece of sod out there. We get out into this area and you can see there's that the median strip where it comes up and back down. And so you see right in here, it's going to go out and target that existing ground. But at some point, you know, we're going to have, we got the edge of that, and that may be what it does. Right in here. Did we miss that stationing? Let's go pave. All right, so we start at 165, 89, 45, but what's this piece right here? Do I need to change my station value to match this? Hello?
Mm, Yes, sir.
Yeah, do I need to, you see this purple bit?
Yeah,
Is that the station we should start the four
yes,
lane?
sir. Yeah, we're gonna start working on that purple line.
Yeah, so what is that? That's, oh, there's the island. And that's gonna go around that intersection. So instead of our 165 something or other, we're gonna actually start it right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that's gonna be a sign. What is that station? One 65, 30, 39.45 instead of 89.45. So I'm 50 feet short.
50 feet, yeah.
So back to process road. This template series. So I had that, I just didn't need to edit it. So I'm gonna take this up to. Instead of 89.44. It's gonna be 39.44. And this one's going to be 39.45, right? So that would fix that. Now let me show you the results though. If you have these at different, so that was 65.89. Now, watch what happens here. I go two lane, all the way up to 39, then over 50 feet, I'm gonna flare out to that 89 section, and you'll see that here in a second. When these things change. See there, it went to the 39 and then it flared out to pick up the four lane.
Yeah.
And that would look like this. Let me just turn it off. So there you go. There's your little there's your median hump in the middle. And it sets down to there. But you see what's happened is right in here, you see it's trying to, it's flaring this over a distance of 50 feet. So it's pushing out that curb line that came down through here. And now it's gonna, oh, that continues here, but when we got to that point and started using the four lane, we built another curb out here, another curb out here, and to transition those in, you see, it's pulling curb down here and curb down here. That's why if we're gonna do that as an abrupt change, we'll either do the it's gonna make template series. We'll either do this as a interpolate like we're showing it now, or if we said none and save and then process, then that should give us a gap instead. So if we process road net, because we still have that 50 foot in there, remember? No, it looks like it pulled it just straight in. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like it just went straight to it. Okay. That would be a solution, or we would not even need to have that middle section go. We won't need this one if we transition this with no transition. So if I remove that one, so I'm just at the start and I'm at that 165, 89, 45. But if we do say interpolate, then we're gonna want to need to give it that little slight just beforehand kind of station drop. So this now will go this and no transition in between. Okay. Now, if we do this, process the road design. And let's see, can we set the colors here? Triangulate and contour, output surfaces, top grade, set layers, set slopes. I can't do that with this part yet. I'll show you that in a minute. Where we can do that. All right. Now the way this would work to follow these islands, I'm going to isolate that and that. And what else? Let's see. Yeah, so to be able to follow around these particular curves and have that transition, we're going to call this, let's see, wherever it starts right here. We're gonna start let's draw a 2D poly, and we're gonna call this, we're gonna put this on GC center line just for yucks, and we're going to say follow. We're gonna follow this, and we're gonna follow from there. Nothing there, and then we're going to take that up to where it comes back. Get there. All right, then we're going to say wherever it departs on this side, we're going to follow again this from there to there. Oop. Not what I want. Shoot. Excuse me. Let's follow that. Now. Start from here. Template, no, and we're gonna go to. There we go. And finally, again. Follow. From. And then two. Yeah. All right, so that will take care of all the transitions on that side. Now, for this side. That line goes there and ends there. And this line goes there, ends there, this line goes there, so there's. Okay, let's see, let's see that. And now this. So right here's where we start our two laney stuff. All right, so if we. I think just cause to keep them running out of time here, let me show you how this part was gonna work. So we've also got a thing in our roadnet, a road design called this template point center line. Okay. So if I choose that, I'm gonna make a new file and I'm gonna call it Beckendorf EPC template point center line. I'm gonna edit, I'm gonna say my reference template is going to be this 2-lane. And I'm gonna add the template point ID that I'm going to work on pushing over is, I think, EP2. Let's see. No, it's EP. Face of curve. It's actually. If it's that one, it's gonna screw that up. Boy, this is a real pill. If everything were centered around, or at least left and right of a center line, that would fix it. Let me put them on this side and see. Follow this, and I'm gonna follow them from here to there. Undo. Let's see what this is. This goes from here to there, but stops. So I'm going to change its direction. Now, follow from there. No. And that goes to I see my drawing inspector. And I look at my direction, that's what I want. So if I'm looking at that, so that goes. The way I thought it would. To draw. This guy. Right there. It's gonna go to there. And it's gonna go to there. It's there. Now. This was. Still going that direction, like that. No, go to there. Okay, now. This. Yes. So join. Nearest. That and that. All right, so I should be able to now show you how this works. With that template point center line. I process my road design, my template point center line file. If I choose edit, I'm going to now choose a reference template of that 2-lane, and I will add a template drop. So the point ID that I'm going to drop on that left side is this EP2. So everything beyond EP2 will get pushed and follow that line as it goes around there. The center line file that I'm going to use is back and forth, and I'm going to shift. I decide to use center line. Decide to use center line. I think it's this way. Adjust the next outside grade distance, skip travel lane. Skip grade when some line missing. No, that should be okay. So we'll say okay. Reference template, that's right. So now if we edit that, so the center line left that EP2, okay. That needs to be, I need to turn that into a center line. And we're gonna call that Beckendorf left. INT1. There that is. Now back to process roads and our template point. We add this file, the left intersection. And we're going to, of course, reference template. Where's my reference? Okay, so now I've set that. I'm going to add that file using this point from the left, and that should be okay. I will say, okay. Save. Go ahead and process. And bada bing, bada boom. Again, their materials. And now our numbers are drawn information. That's not, all I got was from that point over. Because I should be back here and hitting that edge and then pushing out and then coming back. So if I look at my 2-lane, that EP2 is right there. That's the one I want. Okay. So this file then, I've got something wrong. The EP2, using the 2-lane, push template ID TP2. There's my center line file. Side to use the center line is the left side. Pretty sure that's not. Yeah, sure did not. Left. Side to use. Center line. See, and that center line is following still that original back of curb on the far right. But why then is? Why does my road start here? Is this? Are we building this part? Or does that already exist?
We're building that, sir.
Yeah, so. Why is this pushing this over? See, it should, just like it does up. Well, actually it pushes it all the way down. Take that guy out. I think I see what was. Yeah, it was doing exactly what it should be doing, but here's. Yeah, I'm gonna have to define that template based on that center line, where the center line is. And then when I choose the elevation for the profile, I'm gonna choose that other point. All right. That's what we gotta do. So that's what I was wondering before. But it doesn't make. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does, because it's deciding where in the horizontal world to drop that template on the ground. So it's got to look at that, wherever that center line is where the center point is defined in the template. Okay, so that makes sense. So if I design this template right now, I'm saying the center point is right here, and that's the point that rides this red line in plan view. So I'm going to be able to give it now, instead of that, I've got to give it. Where are we? Sheet 10. Yeah, I've got to give it this point. Now, the elevation of this over here being the top back of curb over there, that's fine. That's where I can take the elevation from. But here's the problem with the file that you have as we have it right now, is that if I have to define where the center line is, and of course, its elevation is whatever it is at a given point, but that elevation gets determined by this elevation being pushed down all of this geometry. But there's nothing anywhere that I see that can tell me how to get from here over to any of this structure, because see this line right here and that 2-foot sod typical, nobody defines that slope for me. So then the same thing down here is I'm gonna have to build this 4-lane intersection, has to be mirrored right across that center line. So instead of what we have, of up here, we're going to have to go with this to peg it. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, so that's gonna be. That's a 13 and a half. 13 and a half. Oops, it's not where I want it. I'm gonna say that's. Do that in a minute. 13 and a half feet. Sod. Sod 2. I guess I need. That fixed, all right, so. So we're saying starting. Here, starting there. Going to the left, actually, no, I need to remove that. So starting here. Going to the right, I need to make that, I need to insert a grade. So at. It's about 4 for now. 13 and a half. So. Yeah, all of this has to go over there. I think instead of trying to salvage that one, let me. Try a 2-lane mod. All right, so uncheck this, starting at the center line. Right here, going to the right, I'm gonna go 13 and a half feet, and we're gonna call that positive 4%. So a grade of positive 4%, 13 and a half. And that's gonna make a point called sod 2. And I do this every single time. Let's move that over there and take this off. What's it gonna do? That's going to just go out here. We need just a wee bit. Actually, I just want to take that completely off. Let's see if that's in fill. That's in cut. Section 1, both sides. All right, so yeah, so right wherever that is, it's going to go out and seek the ground. Wherever that center line is, we're going to go from that baseline up at that, set that point, we're gonna go 2 more feet. And that's gonna be the back of the curb. So from here, we're going to do another grade of 4%, 2 feet. And that is top. Back of curb, which they're calling TC. And I'm gonna call it TC2. And now that I'm there, I'm gonna top face of curb and then the EP. So I'm working on the tubes. So setting a curb. Let's try this again. Inches 5.5. Be 5.5. Did I have a drop? No, wait, 5.5 should be, height 1 should be 6, right? So 6 and 5. 6 and 0.5 is 6.5, and then that plus 5.5 is 12. Okay, that's good. Call it concrete. CRB. Good. Material of concrete, that's fine. The ID though is okay, so continuing on, I'm now sitting right here. I'm going to go down 2% for 24 feet. So at a grade -2, 24. And that's EP 1. See, TC2 curb goes to EP2. That now goes to EP1. And next we're going to add a curb. The same one we had, we're just going to flip it, and that's going to be top curb 1. And then one more of the sods. So 4% for 2 feet. And it's going to be called sod 1. Plus. All right. Left. Right. Side. So it goes 4%, 2% to sideline, and this goes 13.5. That is what I need right there. Side 2, 13.5 to side 2. Then 2. At PC. Then a curb. This guy. 0.5. One is 5.5. Paper is 0.5. Drop is 0.5. Top is 5.5. Five and a half across the top. 12 inches, half an inch of taper, half an inch of drop. Makes that 5.5. If there to be 6, that should go to 12. So if that were 13. Height 2 is 12. Drop of 0.5 and height 1 should be 5.5. That's correct. Concrete CRB. It's still not right. Actually, that's EP2 anyway. This number is curve 2. So 5.5. 0.5. 0.5. So height 1 is 5.5, height 2 is 12. 6 inches, that should. Francisco, I'm really sorry. I don't know why this is being such an issue here,
Ah, you're good.
but if I'm here, let's see, EP. So this concrete curb, and it's gonna set that EP2. So I'm landing here, I'm going across the top. Across the top of 5.5 inches. Across a taper of 1/2 inch. Then the drop is 1/2 inch plus 5.5 inches of height 1 makes the total height 2 of 12. And the base is 6. That's all fine. why it thinks it has an already existing. Let's see here, road. This template ID library. It's nothing. So road design template. 2-lane. Let's see. Start that. Roads, design template. We're going to call this Beckendorf. We'll make it a new one. I'm gonna call it Beck. Now uncheck that and everything is to the right. So we're going to have at 4%, 13.5 distance. And that's going to be sod 2. And then we put a curb in and it's going to be this curb 2. And the top is going to be 5. Taper of 0.5. Drop of 0.5. Which makes this 5.5. 12 and 6. It's made out of concrete, and the ID there is EP2. Left, I'll say okay. Perfect, that's great. And I now going to make a grade at -2, 24 feet. And that's called EP1. Put another curb. And this time it's to the right, it's concrete, but the ID is TC1. So right. Pretty sure. Okay, I got that second curb in. And we need a 2-foot sod strip. And we'll make that one. Go. Percent, 2 feet. And that one's going to be sod 1. Do we have anything else? With the 15-foot water line easement, but that ground can do anything it needs to within that. Okay. So that's now that. If we set our subgrade, the offset is 15.5, which was sorry, 2. Hmm. So it's gonna go up to sod 2. Is right there. And then it's going to go what is their gravel gonna be there, or the concrete, the 10-inch concrete? Oh, you know what we need to do too before we do that? This curb is not 6 inches, that's 10 inches, right?
Yes, with the,
If we make it an integrated,
yeah,
so maybe that would fix that, so 5.5. That part's still good. Height. Another drop. Drop is 5.5, and then height 1 to make that's going to be 10. So now the total height 2 should be 10 and 6 of 16. I think you figured that out for me before. Um, yeah, there we go. Now we go to this next one. And this is 5.5, and this is oh, it's 10, 6, so that's 16. So that means that height 1, the top is 5.5. Five and a half an inch, and then the drop. Mm. 16, so 10 plus 6, so 5.5, so that's gonna be height 1 to the 10. Is that right? Looks like it. Okay. So now the subgrade from our center line, which is over there to the left, we're coming 15, actually 13.5. And we had a, what do we call it, a 4-inch. 4-inch sod for a distance of 2 feet. Horizontal offset. So for 13.5. Grade 13.5 goes to sod 2. That's correct. So if we do a horizontal offset for their subgrade. Well. Right, so that's right behind the curb. That's behind the curb. All right, now the next one we're going to do is the concrete. So we're gonna go to the EP2. And it's going to be 10 inches for a distance of EP1 minus EP2, I think is valid. And that's going to be concrete. And oh, it got so close. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's all I need. That's it. That's what I was looking for. See, these are all things I should have been seeing that first time. So now I'm there for that one, and I'm going to set another one now to be the sod on the far side, and that's going to go to sod 1. Yeah, except this goes to sod 2. So sod 2 is the top of the back of the curb. Sod 1 is back here, not here. It's TC1. Well, this one should be called TC2. TC2. And that should be 2 feet. Yep, and then we're going to insert in front of it for 4% for 13.5 to sod 2. And then this goes to 15.5. There's my sod. Oh. Just move that up. All right, there we go. So that to top of curb right there. EP2, EP1, TC1, oops, TC, EP1, TC1, then sod 1. And that's all I need for that. There's sod, there's concrete. And now I'm going to add a subgrade, and I'm going to go to sod 1. No, TC1. I think we said 4 inches for a distance of sod 1. And that's going to be sod. Ooh, a little too thick. It says 4 inches. You want a TC one or distance of out to sod one. No, sod one minus TC one, I don't think. Why? When I put that curb in, it's not getting, yeah, it is, it's getting back to there because that's where the grade goes on. Or there's BP. There's top of curb. There's sod one. It's 2 feet at 4%. So if I go to TC one and put in that, so that should be this one. I go to TC one, so that's how far I'm gonna go over. And then I'm gonna go down 4 inches. That's all I should have up there. That's obviously not, so if I move that up to there. Never simple, never ever simple. Let's try that. Alright, so. If we do that, it's going out to TC. So why is that point? Up there, the grade attaches correctly up at the top back of curb. Just like it does here, and that subgrade is 15.5 feet. 4 inches thick, and it comes back 2. Maybe that's why I need to just put the 2 in on this other one instead. All right, for a distance of 2 inches as 4 inches. Say okay. There's 2 inches below the bottom of the curb. So if we start it just a skosh, TC1 plus. Maybe that's. What do we say, TC1 plus a foot. Yeah, see, it's got to get off that curb. Your point 0.1. All right, so that would work. And now we've got the other one, which is the final one, which is the sub base. And that's going to go to 13.5 feet away from the center line. And that's 10 plus 8. 18. And that's going to go all the way out to sod 1. And that's base. Wow. All right, so I was going to start there. We need this to be wraparound. 8 and 13.5 feet away before you start. That's correct. Go here, go the distance of that out to SOD 1. Excuse me. 15.4. Let me see. Yeah, this one, because it doesn't have anything between, it doesn't have anything over it or nothing below the sod. I'm gonna have to do this one in 2 pieces. So sub base is going to be 13. When you come back in. So 13, let's see, let's just continue the slope. 13.5, 18 inches down. For distance of that, let's see what that does for us. 13. Half. Make it 15. So if I go to 15.5, I should be under the curve. And if I go, my direction is back in. If I'm at 18 inches. A wrap around and a wrap height. Should be 8 inches. So that should take it back around right to the bottom of the concrete, 10 and 8. That should work. Yeah, like that. Except why is it below there? 4, 10. So that concrete is 10. The curb is not. No, let's see. Sub base is -2. +2. That's looking better. Except they're showing it completely under that. So 10 and 8. So I need to be 8 under the curb, which is 16, so that should be 24. So if I made that 24, if I started it out here, add another one. It changes direction. So I'm going to go now, instead of in, I'm going to go out, and I'm going to do a wrap around, and I'm going to go to right there to start, which is PC2. Start, and I'm going to go to 24 inches down. My wrap height is 8 inches. And I'm going to go from there. That's going to be sod 1. And that's sub base. Ooh, that didn't like that. Sub base. To wrap around, my wrap height is 8. Out. Minus 2%. Maybe need to get out from under. Bugs me. TC2 plus or not TC2. How about I go to EP2? Right, so far so good. Maybe. EP2, right in. Go to EP2. We go down 24 inches, and that's from up here at the tippy top. It should be. It's 18. Yeah. Then instead of EP2, why can't we use TC2? I didn't like that. Okay. Let's say TC2 plus half a tenth. Let's see if that gets us out from under. It still doesn't. About a tenth. Nope. Go to EP2. And now why doesn't sod 1? Sod 1's there. Why doesn't sod 1 work for this? Sure, that's not gonna fix it. Wow, it's freaky. Shouldn't have to do that. Match the surface, okay. Well, I guess I'm screwing around with the wrong one. Match surface. There we go. EP2, this much, what distance? Let's try TC1, see what that looks like. Hmm. All right, so what is that? If we start at EP2, so it's 24. To EP1. So that's EP1 plus they're showing it all integrated. Okay, so EP1 plus 6 plus 2, so 2.5. EP1 plus 2.5. EP1 plus 2.5. Let's see what that's got us. That's got us okay for there. I had to break that up into 2 places there. Okay, so we save that and then exit. Now, we'll process this now, and it should shift this road. Didn't appear to. So use template, use clip line settings. Right, so The horizontal offset is there, the vertical offset of profile calculate skip first grade. Horizontal. Road offset center line, don't need. Input ID for the profile. TC1. Input ID side is on the right. TC1 on the right. Horizontal offset of the road. Is none at 0. That should work. Okay. That's your road marking. Okay. Now, from the center line, if we process road design, our template series, let's use lane, back to lane. That's all we needed. I would say, okay, so now when this comes up, it should be all shifted to this side of that red. Unable to tie to exist because cut and fill slopes are undefined in the template. Understood. Okay, great. I forgot to build those, but now I see that I am indeed over to the side of the center line. That's what I was looking for. Now, I go to that back to lane, the cut in of 3-to-1 and a fill in of 3-to-1. So exit. Run. Okay, so now let me freeze. So now what we have is that two 12-foot lanes running down that alignment, and you can see the road now is over to this. See, it's over to the right edge of the center line, but it's still Yeah, there's the curb and the sod and all of that, so it's over here from the center line, there we go. So that part takes that just straight down the road. Now we have these other couple of things, the way we would force this to follow these other edges. We have the one that's here. That's called left int one. I'm gonna make another one here, center line from polyline to center line file. I'm gonna call this Beckendorf Road right. So there's that, and boom. All right, so now that I have those two center lines defined in our road processing, we bring up our template point center line file now that we've been working on, and this says this is a file that defines where the template, whatever point we decide, departs its normal position and starts following another horizontal center line. And I've now made a center line out of this edge of the islands and out of this edge of the intersection. Okay. So let's make sure we've got that one set. So I'm going to say EP2 is the one that I want to move based on that alignment over there. So the center line file, there's the one on the left. Decide to use the center lines at left, and that should be good. Okay, we will, and there's a reference template. We need to change that to that one. All right, and so now we're going to add EP1 to follow this one on the right. Let's see if EP2 is the, make sure we have the right, we have the proper template. All right, so we save that and say okay, and say okay. We're in EP2 template point center line ID not found. Why? Well, I found it on the right. What happened to it on the left? It may be that, maybe because it backtracked on itself around there. That could be. How did that? Let me. Something here. Let's see what we can do. Perpendicular of there. And then this. I need to do that. I need to join. That and that. To reverse. Okay. Now let's see if that allows it. I'm still not defining it. Give me one quick second. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Let's just go ahead to check. It started to rain and sounded like the gutter was coming off. That's the EP2 template point center line not found. Huh. All right, well, that's that is the right intersection. Oh, crap. All right, let's try this one more time. Center line, polyline to center line, follow the left intersection. It's going to be that. And now the right section. Apparently I grabbed the wrong one. Now. Still. All right, it finds that okay. It's not finding that. So the template series, template point center line is EP2 on the left. And it's using the left center line on the left. Where EP1 is using the right one on the right. And it's going at EP1. Okay, that should. You know why it's not doing that? Ah, I know exactly why it's not doing that. Because EP2 is not on the left side of the center line, it's on the right side. It's just not as far on the right. So this needs to change to this. Still not finding it. Well, it goes over and sets EP2 right here. EP2 then should find this and should follow it. Just like EP1 did around that. You see how that followed that one. But it's not following on the left. EP2. Let me look at that template one last time. Yeah, see, there's EP2. There's TC2, and then EP2 is right there, that edge of pavement. So how about if I went TC2 instead of EP2? It really shouldn't make a difference. TC2. No, that should. should work, but I bet it's gonna still give us the same can't find. No. No, okay. Well, it did sort of. It's got a little bit of a issue with some of this stuff, and that's on the subgrades. Well, let's take a look at the surface anyway. And those contours, let's down top. Small to see. Yep. Yeah, right in there's right there's where we switched to that. There's you see those right there, you see that that little ledgy looking thing. That's because of the drop interval. It transitioned too quickly, so we could tighten that up. But you can see how it comes out here on the left now, and then it starts following that around for your turn lane until it hits that intersection. So if we let's ignore, let's see something similar. Yeah, it's this bit right here. See, that shouldn't jump that far back. In fact, where was we not have this defined correctly? Let's see, it comes up here, follows that around until the separation gets big enough, and then it goes up here. So that pulled this side up to then make it pull it back down. So I would need to figure out why that's doing that. We might have to use actually a different process. Let me try this. I don't think that will fix it, but we'll see. Maybe. Came a lot closer. All right, so let's take a look at what they've generated. To which we will add a roadway. Well, it got. It actually created the line work. But didn't. Didn't do the modeling. That's similar. All right, so it's this business here. My TC2 is the first one. Still. All right, let's see. We don't do that one. It's still on that. TC2 needs to adjust. Or EP1 doesn't. All right. That looks like maybe. Got a little wacky doodle on the a couple of these 3D subgrade lines. We can take a look at that another day. All right, so this looks like it pushed that out there and followed that red line. It did not pull from this side, and it then followed its red line. I'm a little concerned about that. Let's try one more run by changing the drop interval. Let's go to 10. Oh, heck, let's go to 5. That might. Tighten up those corners. Yeah, I don't like these little spikies here. And I don't know if they're spiked in elevation or just in horizontal. Looks like just in horizontal. Okay. So let's take another quick look. And I do know it's the end of the day and the end of the week, Francisco. So we'll put a bookmark in this here at this point. And I'll do a little more studying here. I know why a lot of this stuff is happening is because we're either side. I mean, we're all on the same side of the center line. Our entire thing's over there, so it might have to do some kind of difference with the template. So what I will do then is I'll work on this off time. I don't want to, there's no fun for you to sit there and just watch me scratch my head. So but I'll see if I can find out a solution and let you know. So now this is so this is how it comes out there, and now it went originally around this way because that I had to keep this island perpendicular here because when the particular solution that I was using, come on, stop right there. Like that. When I was doing this before, the first time, this thing came, up to here and then came around like this, right? And the problem is this is an alignment that's progressing down station. And it gets up here and it turns around and it comes back on itself. And that was causing that to fail the first time. So I just trimmed this off square. So, but normally it would, just like it's doing here, it would come out here and then flare out and go across. And we would do that for every one of those intersections and create those edges. Okay. So what I will do then is, since this is a nice, good representation of the type of stuff you do, I will work on this a little further on my own and get that workflow figured out. But at least, we're cutting things off. We're finding those edges. I think we're in the right approach. But because everything up until this point, everything is going to be in that one lane and it's all to one side of the center line. I may have to try some different things with the way we define that template. Okay. Most simple type things, everything runs down the center line and it looks the same on the left as it does on the right. So that, it's easy to reflect. But that's not the way most highway department roads are done. They're done the way these are done. And I'm not sure why. Yeah. Existing water. So I'm not sure exactly why this is failing like that, but let me take a look and see, and then I'll get that documented for you. And I will get rid of all of those. But no help. There we go. All right, so I'll take a crack at these and see. Now this is on existing water. Selecting screen. All right. Yeah, let me take a look at that, and I'll get that documented and get that back to you as a document. Okay, so I don't want to, hold you up here all weekend long, but I'll get uh, an approved solution on how to work with that, and then come up with a set of rules like, when you have to set your center line based on this, then do that kind of thing. But the other project, for instance, was a simpler one that would have maybe made a little better sense, but this one is also typical enough of what you do. I'll get this thing troubleshot and then let you know the approach on that. Okay. Let's bring that back there. And so, like I said, my apologies for the mess today, but any questions that come to mind as we finish things up?
Well, I guess I can review. If you're gonna send me the link of the video, I can review if I have another question. But I got a lot of notes here in my notebook, so.
Oh, good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sending you a link to today's video, which will be, pretty extensive, except here in the last part of the afternoon where you're going to be, listening to me chase down these problems with the template. So let me get that worked out, and I'll send you an update document. If nothing else, I may not be able to record it, but I'll at least I may be able to record it, but I'll see what I can do. But at least get it documented for you. I'm also going to send you links to the regular class, so it's not, it's not so overwhelmed with a huge bunch of data files, and you can see it, and it will work with those sample data files that you downloaded, so you can take a look at it.
Okay.
Go through those practice exercises as well. Okay, and those classes will match the book a lot more closely. But I was hopeful that we could take some of your data and get it, but it's being the fact that it's just dead pancake flat, and those contours are just the contours for the existing ground. they're really pretty pathetic, and they look like they were originated from, you know, one of those little drone flights. And well, okay, that's probably okay, but it doesn't make for a very robust surface because it's got all these little twists and turns and jibber jabbers on all the contour lines, which actually makes it more complex to do the math on the computer than it does if you had been able to you know, have nice long break lines and surveyed points and generated you know, smoother triangles, larger triangles, instead of having it change every, you know, half inch. So, you know, I'll take a look at thinning out that surface and doing a bunch of stuff and get back to you. But like I said, I didn't want to keep you on the system all while I'm going through that. I can do that stuff at night so that it's not tying up your time. So, alrighty, well, I will send you those, the links, and send you the, what I find. And we'll see about going from there, as to the best approach on how you get those things built. Okay.
All right, sir. Sounds good.
Alrighty, well, listen, have yourself a great weekend. Take care of
You-
Texas for me.
You too.
Alrighty.
Thank
And,
you.
You bet. We'll talk to you soon. Goodbye.
All right.